initiate chaos theory guarantees that we'll play like lightning shots sounding like thunder. For every time in the face that it hits us, we're faster. Well, they should know by now. They see the world keeps trying to shake us. It only waits us. The pendulum swings. The pendulum swings. It's in a beautiful darkness. Only another. It's full steam ahead. Full steam ahead. All above the Petty Express. Misdirected from the start. It's a runaway train. Come a freight train. I come a freight train. In a beautiful darkness, the Petty Express. In a beautiful darkness.
Well, welcome to day 3 on the Petty Express, going over or watching the Brian Walshe trial. And if anyone feels like they're in a time loop or anything like that, I keep watching, we're on day 3 and I continue to question why this will be a month-long trial. That being said, I did go to ChatGPT to see kind of what the general public thought of Brian's defense. And basically a lot of people are calling absolute BS. Now, there are a lot of people that are actually, trying to hang on to this is a trial. We are here. We are going to, withhold judgment. But it is pretty hard. Now, we are going to try Law and Crime because allegedly they have better audio. So we will be doing Law and Crime. And I had it set up, but of course I moved my spot.
In that room.
But you can definitely hear a lot better. So we will be going with Law and Crime as soon as I get it too. Ah, that's why. And we are going to be starting the day after we get through anything that the lawyers have to talk about prior to the jury being in. We will be starting with Detective Garino on the stand, and it is still the defense's cross-examination. So expect Old Man Rivers for the defense to come out swinging. I have been sort of looking at the chat as I was pulling things for the stream. So we've got that, but we've got it covered. Now, I decided what would terrify Old Man Rivers into speeding up and not being such a jackass on day 3. Well, we have the terrible, the horrifying Hank Brennan. So the power of Brennan will compel him. I mean, the most haunted puppet I have ever created. So when he starts getting on our nerves, we will use the power of Hank Brennan. I have no idea where his glasses went. But we will use the power of Hank Brennan to stop the lawyer from irritating me. Because this is terrifying, to be very honest with you, but I even got his bald spot. I need to find the glasses. But honestly, the power of Brennan will compel him. And thank you for being a member for 14 months, Phoenix Fire. After I showed you that puppet, I'm surprised I still have subs. Don't forget that the bingo card is up at the top of the chat pinned, and let's get into this train wreck today.
You see a question on session, turn off the cell phone?
No, it's a situation of the file in Hong Kong, right law. You will also know that 2023-0091. Council, please once again.
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Conner for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Walsh.
Morning, Your Honor. Larry.
Can we give a shout out to the redhead defense attorney? She has the most beautiful, elegant, curly ponytail. I love it.
Captain for Mr. Ward.
Welcome to all of you. Just give me a minute. Sorry for the late start. All right.
I am shocked that the room isn't more full.
You are unmuted.
Sorry, Your Honor. This is a screenshot that the government took from the video they initially wanted to introduce, specifically and solely just to show a particular carpet in the Walshe home. We agreed on a screenshot. However, this screenshot, frankly, is just as inflammatory as the video. There's certainly more ways to crop this photograph. We've also been more than willing to stipulate that the rug in question was originally in the Walshe home in that room. I don't think we need this particular picture in this case in front of the jury to serve the purpose they need it to serve.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would suggest it's not inflammatory. It simply is, what we've done is after you made a recommendation of doing a screenshot, we took the initial image of the video and put that on there. It clearly shows the rug, the victim.
Is there any other part of the video, I don't remember because it's been a while since I've looked at it, that includes Anna without the child?
No, I believe it's her with it.
Because I remember that the child falls off.
There are.
He sits on her head. Are there other parts of the video that you can crop back so that you're showing just her in the rug and not one of?
You know, I really like this judge, and I do think that she's taking the right tone here. Apparently, from what I'm gathering, again, I just kind of dropped into this case. So like a jury member, I don't know exactly what maybe motions in limine were on this piece of evidence prior, but it seems like they're taking maybe a home video or like a video that was taken on a cell phone that shows the rug that was in the bags and all cut up. But unfortunately, it seems like the only video or kind of evidence that this was in fact part of the home that they were able to find is a clip or even a still shot that would have Anna and one of the young children in the shot. So it could be considered ultra inflammatory. You know, the law and the jurors are supposed to be basing all of their verdict on facts, not on emotion, and to, you know, blatantly show Anna having fun and playing with children on a rug that may, or, you know, that the state said is linked to her dismemberment could be really inflammatory.
The children.
I will look, Your Honor. My memory is it doesn't work that way because the other two children are there and they're walking in and out of the frame.
Okay. But there may be just a picture where it's just her and somebody's feet. Why don't you look at that and see? An alternate would be to, as I did in my chambers, take a piece of paper and just across the band where the child is most dominant, or alternately, I am sure that some.
Okay, now I managed to get this extension to work, but couldn't they just do something like this? Oh, crud. Now I need to, how do I take this off? Oh, okay. So I can't, do they not have like Canva? But then again, I don't know if they go ahead and edit something, the defense could go back and say, well, that wasn't the original piece of evidence. So there might be a limit to how much they can edit the actual photo before it becomes, you know, not the same piece of evidence.
Well above my capabilities, but I'm sure that somebody could edit out the child entirely.
So just so we understand, the position is to try and keep the children out of it entirely.
I think that the Commonwealth is entitled to show the jury the rug, even if the defendant is willing to stipulate to it. But I want to do it in the least inflammatory way as possible.
Okay.
And so if there's a better alternative, and I think there might be, but again, I haven't watched it in a while. And by better alternative to me, that's a video or a still, excuse me, that shows the rug and Anna and less of, if not
I'll do my
any
best.
children.
I mean, Your Honor, you can, if you just even cut that picture in half.
Well, you know, if you excise the child from the photo, it just looks like she's on her back doing like a yoga move or something. I don't know.
I'll be honest, I don't love that either. And I don't,
Well,
I mean, there's a way just to, even if you crop it, it doesn't need to be a giant photograph, particularly I understand they have a right to put on their case, but we're not going to cross-challenge or say this is not the rug. So all they really need to do is establish a photograph of the rug in the home.
Well, I said this and I'll say it a couple times. The Commonwealth has the burden. The Commonwealth, within the rules and within the bounds, gets to show their case, or present their case as they wish. And having this visual of her on the rug has an impact. I would like to make it more neutral without the child in there. And so see if you can work on that.
I will, Your Honor.
While I'm talking,
Okay, you can go ahead and mark Thug Judge if you have it on your bingo card, because I really like her reasoning. I like that she's, listening to both sides, the state and the defense, but she's not letting the defense get away with any shenanigans. And I think she would do the same for the state. And sadly, in Massachusetts, that's not always been the case. And I'm impressed that she's taking the time to really think about it, to offer suggestions. And I like the personality of the state assistant district attorney, the gentleman, saying, okay, so what is it that you're wanting? What are you wanting us to avoid? Other than old man Rivers from the defense being persnickety and asking really redonkulous questions, I've been impressed with all the parties in the case, at least in their trying to make things expedient and try to work on everything else. Kim, let me look that up. I do not believe they do, because he was not allowed, basically the defense attorney was not allowed to talk about the fact that he had pled guilty. So no, they do not. Now, I don't even think they know that he was, prior to this, he was charged with those two lesser crimes. So I think they are completely in the dark about that, which does make more sense, as you look at it, but I think it can be really confusing.
about things that you should work on. Madam Clerk, that back.
Also, another positive for this judge, look how she's tackling things, giving them a clear answer and not saying like, I'll get back to you on Tuesday. She is taking care, giving clear answers, and trying to tackle problems beforehand. There was nothing more infuriating about the Karen Reed case than Bev's like, I'll deal with it tomorrow kind of attitude. And it really stopped up a lot of the works. So I am glad that she's respecting the jurors' time and everyone's time by trying to make this as expedient as possible.
I want you to look at the William Fasto text messages with the following in mind, because it's likely where I'm going to draw the line, although I'll hear from you. I've read your pleadings. I think there is classic state of mind evidence in those, embedded in those. In particular, well, there's different places where it is, but there's probably the most classic is where there's a comment by Anna after she's giving him some parenting advice, and she says, something to the effect of, I shouldn't be giving any parenting advice. My life is completely messed up. You know that exchange?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's likely coming in as state of mind evidence, but there's a lot of other stuff in there where they're talking back and forth about child rearing things that I think is irrelevant to the jury's fact finding. So I'm going to put it back on the Commonwealth today to pair that back to what you think is relevant and state of mind evidence. Relevant otherwise and possibly state of mind evidence.
Understood.
All right.
And she gives
And
clear...
then the defense can argue with regard to that. But I think there's some pretty classic state of mind evidence embedded in those texts. And it also raises the issue, which we've discussed a number of times throughout the case. What are the reasonable inferences that can be drawn from the statements that Mr. Walsh made in, I think it's at least 3 separate spots of his now played to the jury interviews with regard to what he was or was not seeing. And by that, I mean trying to be as clear with you as I can. He says at least 2 times on this, once on the 7th, at least once on the 7th, or twice on the 7th, and once on the 8th. He is asked about the evening's events, and he ties Anna sending a text message to William Fastow to when Thomas went to bed. And we know from the Fastow text messages that that was sent at 10:07. His memory was good. The kid went to bed sometime between 10 and 10:30. So we know from his own statements that he knew that Anna sent that to Will Fastow that night. So it seems to me that there's one of 2 reasonable.
Oh my Bob Ross, a judge who paid attention, took notes, and was actually, in this trial with us. We need a parade.
Inferences that could be drawn from those statements of the defendant. One is that he knew it because he observed her texting the message in the kitchen or in the family room, wherever they were when she sent that message. Could you argue that that's unlikely in light of what the other contents of the evening's texts were? That is, if Anna were having an affair, and she was, with William Fastow, would you be showing your husband the texts that you're sending? The other inference is that he knew of it also because he was, as he said, I'm getting her messages. And so you're going to have vastly different views on what the reasonable inferences the jury can draw from that evidence. But as an evidentiary ruling as to whether it comes in or not, I want you to be focused on those comments on the 7th. I think there's another comment on the 8th, and either in the earliest of interviews, either the 4th or the 5th, there's a comment with regard to where he says somehow her messages are showing. I don't know how. It's it's a more generalized comment. I know you're going to make the iMessenger argument, and I cut you off from that yesterday, frankly, because I think that's for the jury to decide what that meant, and not for any witness to decide for the jury what that meant. All right, the other things I want to talk about. I have not given this jury a consciousness of guilt instruction. And many times yesterday I was thinking, when? And you're not asking for it, and I understand why you're not asking for it, and I just want to make sure that we're on the same page with regard to why I haven't given it yet. It seems to me that both the Commonwealth and the defense are being scrupulous in your description of the searches, in the sense of you both refer to whoever the user of the device was making these searches. And that the witness has, I presume, been coached appropriately. I don't mean it in any pejorative way.
Thank you.
Daryl Brooks alert. Daryl Brooks alert. The state coached these witnesses.
Say the user of the computer did these searches and not the defendant did these searches. If it was that the defendant did these searches, the consciousness of guilt instruction would have been given some time ago. Now, what sort of, I don't want to say muddies the water, but the defense opened on the fact that the defendant lied to the police. It seems to me that as soon as you believe that link has been made between the other conduct of either concealing the evidence in this case, the defendant concealing, not the user concealing, the defendant concealing the evidence in this case, or the defendant lying to the police. I know you opened it on it, but the evidence before this jury doesn't include your opening. But when it becomes apparent to the jury that the defendant lied to the police, or the defendant is the person who was doing those searches, the consciousness of guilt instruction should be given. And I'm either going to do that sua sponte or at your urging. and your version of when that becomes apparent and mine might be different. So raise it with me if you think I'm missing out on something. Do you understand?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you.
Defense?
I understand what you said, Judge. Will be objecting, but I wonder.
Oh, for God's sakes. Someone get this man some Metamucil or some tequila. I mean, stereotype of the crotchety old man. Well, all joking aside, though, he is there to make sure that the state is held to their burden and that they bring their A game. So, you know, he is there to make sure that Brian gets the same justice that we would want for ourselves. Of course, we wouldn't probably have Google searched everything under premeditated sun.
Before you gave it, if you could just either give us a copy or the specific conscious of guilt.
Yeah, well, I wasn't going to go fancy. I'm happy to look at it. Why don't you come over here? It's just this.
And I do like that she's getting out ahead of this, that she says, hey, I am not comfortable with sort of the parameters that are in place, especially with the, you know, gag on either side saying that he's already pled guilty to these offenses. She needs to go ahead and let the jury know, you know, certain instructions so they understand how to use that information when looking at this case.
Morning.
Oh, yeah.
So Detective Guarino will still be on the stream. And thank you so much, Glenn Jammin, for joining us. So Detective Guarino, or Trooper Guarino, I don't know. He will.
Can I just see you for one more second? There's something else I do want to say.
He will be on the stand today, and the defense will be the first one questioning him, continuing their cross-examination. Now, apart from determining and really pointing out that the only divorce searches that were found within the devices that Trooper Guarino looked at, the only searches for divorce were on the 12th or the 27th of December. Now, why that's the hill he wanted to die on with this particular witness yesterday, I don't know, but that's where we are. I will say he's showing a lot more nerves today than he has any other day. I don't know if he's getting the general consensus that people aren't buying his story, or if he would be this nervous regardless of how, you know, maybe things are looking for him in the court of public opinion. So I will say he does seem much more fidgety today, doing a lot more kind of grooming and that kind of thing, if you believe in the bodyology and body language.
Hearing here. All persons are able to be honorable justice, thank you for giving justice. No superior court. Try name and give your attention, you shall be heard. Put to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the Supreme Court. Please be seated and turn yourself.
Good morning, jurors, and welcome back. Jurors will start today with the 4 questions. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not go on any social media and that you not go on any news media? Were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about the case? And were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about the case? And do you all still have open minds?
It's that last question I'd be struggling with at this point. I'd be like, ma'am, not gonna lie to you, Your Honorness, but I'm having a hell of a time swallowing the sudden adult death syndrome and hysterical dismemberment grief syndrome. That's where I would not be a good juror for this case.
Those 4 questions all answered in the affirmative by all 16 jurors in the box. We're ready to begin today's work. We can have the witness back on the stand. Trooper Guarino. Morning. Just Trooper, you understand you're still under oath?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
And you may proceed.
He is going to try it. The problem is they apparently used like super glue on just certain patches. So he never knows if he's going to get an easy patch or they've like, because he's pulling up subflooring too on some of it. I don't know how many, drops of acid were used in the construction of my house in the 1970s, but I'm guessing a lot.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
So just a couple of recaps here. That binder that's been marked as Exhibit 79, the binder of the history that you included of the MacBook Gray device, we can all agree it contains 3,677 records as you defined them yesterday.
Yes, well, half technically because they're duplicates. Shows the first one from the parsed and the second one from the carved, but they're the same records. So it'd be about, 1,800-ish, realistically.
I don't understand your answer.
So if you look at the binder, it shows one record, say record number 1, shows the information, the parsed information, and then this record number 2 shows carved. It's the same date and time stamp, the same information, just a different location in the database. So it's almost duplicated.
Okay. Here's my question.
Yes.
In the binder that's been marked Exhibit 79, you listed 3,677 records.
Yes.
And it totals 1,034 pages.
I'll take your word. I don't have it in front of me, but yes.
Do you have a copy of it?
I don't up here with me now.
Okay, this is where I couldn't deal with stuff in high school. Obviously, he doesn't have a copy in front of him, so why are you asking him if he has it with him? Oh, I can already tell this lawyer has this is the problem. This would be like me. Again, I self-admittedly am, about as tech savvy as your Aunt Edith with a jitterbug, safety phone. So I would not be the lawyer that should be interrogating anything about this because I don't intrinsically I don't understand the basics enough to ask the right question. Now, because I have listened to Trooper Guarino explain internet magic and computer magic enough, I do vaguely understand. I don't think this lawyer even vaguely understands where in the foggy F, he's supposed to be going with this.
Mustn't have gone far. We can find it.
Sure.
Thank you. Yes, it is. Thank you.
Yesterday, you testified to the binder that was admitted as Exhibit 80, and that was regarding the iPad Mini.
Yes.
It involved two separate extractions.
Same extraction, but two different versions of the software. Yes.
Wasn't it labeled Extraction 1 and Extraction 2?
I didn't label it that, but that's how it is labeled. Yes.
In any event, it's clear now, isn't it, based on your forensic analysis, that the searches that were found on the iPad Mini were not conducted on the iPad.
Yes, that is correct.
That you used the term sync yesterday, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And you used the word sync in the context of the searches based on your forensic analysis originating on the gray matter.
That is correct.
And when we say sync, and when you say sync, it means that, in part, that no one manipulated that iPad Mini with regards to all the searches that this jury's heard about.
That's correct, yes.
You told us yesterday that there are multiple records, as you defined it, records in this Exhibit 79 that have the same timestamp, correct?
For this binder here, the 79?
Exhibit 79, yes, sir.
Yes, that's correct.
And you told us specifically, if I heard you right, that does not mean that there were multiple searches with the identical timestamp, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it does not mean that the website that's referred to in each one of those duplicate records.
If you only searched, let's just give a swift rundown of some of the searches. But is this lawyer actually trying to make the argument that if you only search, let's see, how long does DNA last? Can they ID a body with broken teeth? Does a dishwasher clean blood? How to remove a SIM card? How to clean up blood from your wood floor. So if you only visit the best way to dispose of bodies once, it's that twice where you're super guilty. I mean, okay. I mean, it's an interesting argument to make, but he did only go there one time. How many times did he go to the my wife is getting knocked up by the guy next door site? Because those are questions that are interesting.
It doesn't mean that that website was visited twice.
Unless the visit count says twice, then yes, but like I said, that parsed and carved record, there's the same record of the same thing that happened, just different spots pulled from the database. So,
and you did not, in what's been marked Exhibit 79, you did not indicate to whoever looks at Exhibit 79 what were those duplicate records.
I did.
How'd you do that?
I spoke with the prosecution, our ADAs, and explained what this is and how it parses out the data and when it prints out.
What I'm asking you, though, is when someone opens up that book, and let's just say someone like a juror, when they open up that book, there's nothing.
Okay, so let's see. The Google searches for post-meditation started. The first search for 10 ways to dispose of bodies, or if you really need to, was at 5:47 a.m. on the 1st of January. Let me go back and see if there were any other. And 5:26 before that, it looks like the best ways to dispose of a body. And there might have been another another search that was started at 4:53 a.m., but I didn't get that written down because they were going pretty fast. So I will have to watch that footage again to get all of those down completely correctly. But it looks like the Google searches of post meditation and dismemberment started at 4:53 a.m. On January 1st. Since there's not a body, it's pretty much kind of assumed that Anna passed away just prior to that, or either suddenly died or Brian red-rummed her.
Indicate to them, out of those 3,677 quote records, which one is duplicative and which one is not.
Well, I just testified to it now and also on direct, and it also shows in the book the same date and time stamp, and I explained the parsed and carved records. I don't have a paper written report, if that's what you're trying to infer.
You don't have a what?
Paper written, handwritten report, if that's what you're trying to infer.
I'm really not trying anything. I'm just asking you that if someone were to look at...
I'm just asking questions. Since when did this guy turn into Jesse Ventura? I'm just asking questions here about the interwebs, children. Could we have gotten anyone that, you know, maybe interacted with technology beyond a Commodore, or what was it, a Commodore 84 or an Atari? Could we get someone who's maybe used the Facebook like once or twice?
Those 3,677 records, there's no term used that says this is a multiple, this is a duplicate of record 1 or record 2. It says nothing like that in the book, does it?
Objection.
You can answer.
I don't fully understand. So you're asking if there's something that says that one's a duplicate and one's not?
I've asked, yes, that's what I'm asking.
By the same date and time stamp on the record, and as I explained, the parsed and carved, but I don't know if there's anything, like there's no key guide that says what it is.
Okay.
If that's what you mean.
And yesterday you also told us about something called redirects, correct?
Yes.
And that a redirect means that the computer or the device on its own, with the software, with the browser, redirected the user to another website.
When they click on a website, it can redirect, yes.
Okay. And it's the device and the software operating within the device.
No, you plug in, like even my dumb butt knows how Google works. You put, you know, whatever you're searching for. I mean, whatever in the ridiculous I'm searching for, you click it in and the computer says, here's a list of thingamabobs. And then I click on the site and then it takes me there. Now the algorithm doesn't against my will. I type in weird Kevin Spacey memes. It doesn't take me, you know, to just one meme. It gives me a whole list. You're not redirected by Skynet to some random area of the internet. I mean, although I do think that Jeffrey Toobin would contend that that is exactly what happened to him.
That determines a redirect. It is not the user.
That is correct.
And you don't have anything in this 3,677 records. You don't have, we'll use your reference, an index or anything to indicate the reader of this Exhibit 79, what are redirects and what are not.
That's correct.
And you have no idea how many, quote, redirects occur within this Exhibit 79.
Just the few that I saw. So I don't know. I don't have an exact number.
Okay. You would agree that with regards to Exhibit 79, that there was no activity on the gray MacBook between 3:50 a.m. and 4:52 a.m.
On what day?
January 1st of 2023.
Again, I'd have to double check. I remember there was Gmail usage around the 3 a.m. point, and then 4:52, there was some searches, but I don't know if there was anything in that time frame in between.
What, if you will, sir, maybe you could check.
Well, I mean, isn't he a bright ray, a son of a bitch this morning?
Counsel, can I see you at the side of the bench?
The judge is like, I'm not having this attitude. You will maintain low tones with me, or we will pull this trial over and no one's getting a Frosty.
Did you find that?
Yes, I have it here, sir. Thank you. Yes, you're correct. 3:50 a.m. is record 1947, and then the following record is 1948, 4:52 a.m.
Yesterday, you testified that you recalled, or you thought you recalled, references to William Fastow within the MacBook data.
That's correct.
Do you know where that is?
No, I don't.
Can you indicate, well, you just said no, you don't. Trooper Garino, if I
Look, it's Trooper Garino. We should be pleased as punch he even found anything on the devices, because apparently there was nothing on the Sarah Birchmore case. I mean, we're just lucky that, you know, he found something.
represented to you that there is absolutely no reference to William Fastow within these 3,677 records. Would you agree with that?
I don't know. I don't remember. I remember seeing it somewhere, but I don't know if it was in the MacBook. There's, like I said, a lot of data.
It's fair to say, isn't it, that your examination of exhibit that's contained in Exhibit 79, there's no indication that that MacBook and any user of that MacBook ever accessed Anna Walsh's iMessages?
Her iMessages? No, I never saw any indication of that.
I'm going to refer you to page 555, record 2055.
What record number you said? 2055?
2055.
Okay, got it.
And that search query is, what is disposal of dead bodies?
That's correct.
There's no reference to murder in that query, correct?
That's correct.
And that query...
So are you trying to tell me he was looking for a funeral home and happened to forget to say, oh, BT Dubs, I need a funeral home?
occurred at 6:36:18, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to refer you to page, stay on that same page, page 555, record 2057.
Okay.
That occurred at 6:36:22.
Yes.
And it regards body disposal options.
Yes.
No reference to murder, the word murder, correct?
That's correct.
Turning.
You know, he maybe was trying to have a modicum of stealth, so didn't put in, you know, I unalived my wife. I love it. It's like, if he didn't admit to it, you must acquit. I mean, it's no Johnny it's not, it's no, if the glove don't fit, you must acquit. But if he didn't admit, you must acquit.
To the next page, 556, record 2059. That occurred at 6:36:30, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The search query involves cool ways to be buried, correct?
That's correct.
There's no reference to murder, correct?
No, I mean, who doesn't search up the weird ways one can get buried?
That's correct.
Page 557, record number 2061. That occurred at 6:36:33,
Yes,
and it's a query of above-ground burial options, correct?
that's correct.
And there's no reference to murder.
Yes, that's correct.
Yesterday, you did testify to some search queries that did include the word murder, correct?
That's correct.
Only
And
87%.
you would agree that these searches that we're talking to the jury about today, they began at 4:42 on January 1st of 2023.
452, but yes.
4:52. The first time the term murder was introduced in these searches was at page 596, record 2185. That's correct, isn't it?
I don't know. I haven't.
Okay. Again, I am naturally blonde under here. So where in the actual hellfire are we going? I feel like Lucy, pensive. I've just fallen to Narnia. I would like a little fawn to help explain to me where in the nebulous F he's going with this, because at this moment, I am confused.
Memorized all of these, as you can
No,
tell.
I know you're looking.
But what record number you said?
Okay. Page 596, record 2185.
Yes, I have that here. I
And
see
that,
it.
okay, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I cut you
Well, I
off.
was just going to say, I see it here. I don't know. I don't believe there's any other things with murder in the keyword search prior.
I'm sorry?
I don't know if there's any other words with keyword searches for Google with the.
And that's right. Due to internet rules, had he just put in Minecraft at the end of every one of his searches, he would be legally protected. That is not legal advice. It's joke and sarcasm. Just for those of you who maybe have a hard time understanding and separating the two.
Word murder in it prior to this one. Again, like I said, I haven't memorized all of these records. It's quite a bit of them.
Well, if I represented to you that the first time the word murder appears in these searches is at page 596, record 2185, would you agree with me?
I see it here, so I can just take your word for it.
Okay. And that occurred at 11:28:43 a.m.
Yes, that's correct.
So the first time the word murder appeared in all these records was approximately 6 hours after these searches began.
Again, I'd have to take your word for it, but it seems that.
And that search that we just talked about, the search at 596 record 2185, the one we just spoke about, that occurred right after a search at 595 record 2181, where the query is best way to dispose of body parts quietly.
That's correct.
But he didn't add murder, so totally legit.
And that occurred at 11:27:56 a.m., correct?
Yes.
So yesterday I asked you some questions about the use of additional terms to get a different search result. You remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
And that is one example in Exhibit 79, where first a query did not use the word murder, and then it did use the word murder to get different results, correct?
Okay, I'm sorry. Did I wake up? Did someone turn the Matrix on or off? Are we actually having a fight? My client didn't red rum his wife because he didn't search red rum. The power of Brennan compels this court to make sense. What's going on here?
I can't speak to the user's frame of mind when they're searching for something. I can just say yes or no to what the data shows. So those search terms have it, some don't. That I can't speak to why someone is searching what they're searching.
You testified yesterday, and I'm going to give you a site, page 694, record 2507. If you can turn to that.
Yeah, sorry.
Page 694, record 2507.
Okay.
And that has,
No, you look for funeral homes and they actually pop right up. You don't even have to put like how to dispose of a body. You just put like funeral homes near me, memorial gardens.
to do with a query about hard drive removal.
Yes.
Correct? It's fair to say that tell us when that search occurred.
January 2nd, 2023 at 2:01:19 a.m.
Now, you're aware of the fact that certain devices, all made by Apple, were first turned over voluntarily to the police on January 6th of 2023.
Well, that was a dumbass move. You're aware my client royally screwed himself at the start of this case? I mean, didn't consult a lawyer about turning over really, really inculpatory evidence? Yeah.
3.
No, that's not true.
You would agree that certain devices were turned over to the police on January 6th of 2023.
Yes, certain devices were.
And when those devices were turned over, those devices were examined, correct?
Yes, they were.
And all the hard drives were intact in all those devices.
Well, yes, they were.
And there was no evidence that any of the hard drives had been tampered with, correct?
Well, the products that we were
Was
given-
there any evidence that the hard drives in any of those devices turned over on January 6th had been tampered with?
They don't have standard hard drives that a PC has. They have different hard drive types. They're soldered onto the motherboards of these devices.
So there was no evidence that anything had been tampered with.
That's correct for these chips.
And then you're aware of the fact that then on January 8th, strike that. Let me ask that again. Those devices that were turned over on January 6th were returned to Mr. Walsh on January 7th.
Yes, that's correct.
And then those same devices that were first turned over on January 6th were seized on January 8th or thereafter.
On January 8th, yes.
And additional devices were also seized on January 8th.
Yes, they were.
And one of those devices that was seized on January 8th was this gray MacBook, correct?
Yes, sir.
The gray MacBook whose data appears in Exhibit 79.
Yes, sir.
And there was no evidence after a forensic examination of all the devices now in the possession of the state police that none of the hard drives had been tampered with.
Like physical tamper with, sir? Like physically or like trying to take them apart?
That's one
Yes.
question. We'll do it that way.
Okay.
Physically?
Other than the damage to the devices, no, there was no.
Okay, but couldn't he have, well, I mean, obviously he didn't. Look, like I said, I am not a wizard. I'm a definite technical muggle. But couldn't he have downloaded things onto an external hard drive? I mean, also, I have no idea what a solid state hard drive is, but can't you copy that? Hell, I don't know.
Tampering, like screws missing that I saw.
And when you say the damage to devices, are you talking about the one iPad mini that was cracked?
Yeah, well, and the screen on the gray MacBook, the display itself was not broken, but the LCD screen had like a flicker. It didn't work perfectly.
And none of that affected the data within those devices?
No, that's correct.
Yesterday, you testified with regards to a search history search at page 888, record 3127.
Why is he bringing...
I have 888. Which one?
Record 3127.
Okay.
That search occurred on January 3rd of 2023, correct?
It's 7:30 PM.
At 7:38, correct?
That's correct.
And that search involved, can police get your search history without your computer, correct?
That's correct.
Way to BTK yourself. So if I send you a floppy disk, you guys swear you can't look at the metadata and figure out who sent it? No, Mr. Raider, please send in your floppy disk. You'll totally be fine.
And once again, without repeating the same question, all those computers and iPhones and iPads were turned over on various dates, January 6th and January 8th and thereafter.
That's correct.
And you're unaware that any other computer or any other iPad or any other cell phone had been destroyed or otherwise disposed of.
Just one cell phone.
Okay. And the search history on all of these devices that were turned over, it was all intact, wasn't it?
Yes, the devices that were either turned over or seized during the warrant were.
And in your forensic analysis of all these devices, you did not see any evidence that anyone tried to remove, delete, or otherwise change the search history contained on these devices.
That's correct.
Yesterday, you testified to cell phone history search, and that's at page 904, record 3184.
Yep, I have it.
What is he trying to make here?
And you're aware of the fact that Mr. Walsh was interviewed beginning on January 4th, correct?
I don't remember the exact days. I got involved in the case on the 6th, but I know he was spoken with prior to that.
That query, that search query that we just talked about, page 904, record 3184, that was conducted on January 4th at 8:55 a.m., correct?
That's correct.
But as you sit here today, you're not sure when Mr. Walsh was first interviewed by the law enforcement at his home.
That's correct.
Are you aware of the fact that he was not just interviewed once on January 4th, but twice? Are you aware of that? Were you ever, I guess your answer is no.
That's correct. I don't know.
Are you aware of any dates that Mr. Walsh was in fact questioned or interviewed by the police at his home prior to his arrest?
I just know it was prior to the 6th.
Lawyer, I'm going to assume, based on your age, and I'm not guessing here, but older than I am, that you have had experience with court cases and know that Trooper Garino was only here to download some of the devices. We still have more devices that are going to come in through Trooper Keefe, I believe, Keef, Connor Keefe, I believe. So this trooper was only involved in extracting things. He didn't go and investigate things. He didn't go, and, track things down. He was simply getting the things off the phone.
In any event, in all of the devices that you did, in fact, forensically examine, you saw no evidence that any user tried to destroy any cell phone history as it applied to the cell phones, correct?
To Mr. Walsh's?
Yes.
That's correct.
Now, my understanding from your testimony yesterday is that you did not specifically conduct a full examination of any of the iPhones that were seized.
That's correct.
That would be Trooper Connor Keefe.
That's correct.
A user that uses these devices can delete information, can't they?
To a point.
But the fact of the matter is that those forensic tools that you use, Celebrite, Magnet Gray, Axiom, when you run the data that you extract from a device, that software can detect where a deletion occurred.
As I said, to a point.
It's fair to say that in your examination of the MacBook, device 3, And in all of those records in Exhibit 79, there's no indication that any data had been deleted.
I didn't see anything glaring.
Yes, inexplicably, unexplainably, your client decided to do all these various and sundry or searches and not delete not a one of them. Now, I don't know if he believed that everyone would just buy the Anna ran away story or what, but holy goodness. Oh, doggone it. Sorry, JKD Buck. Hopefully it's not a big old ish storm, but ugh.
Yesterday, you talked about the Chase account login data, and specifically the Chase login data that occurred on December 27th of 2022. Do you recall that?
Vaguely.
I refer you to page 259, record 951.
Thank you. What was the page again? 259, you said?
259.
Thank you. All right, I have it.
And you would agree with me that that particular activity, the Chase login, that extended up to and including record 1026, found at page 279.
Okay. Yep, I have it.
And it's fair to say that you do not know what was reviewed during that Chase login.
No, I do. I can see right here. So it goes, each URL, if you go into it, shows dashboard, overview, accounts. There's another one that shows a dashboard, authorization, when he signed out.
Do you know the details of what he viewed?
What was actually in his account? No.
Okay.
I just know that the headers for the Chase accounts that he was at.
So you don't know if the user was looking at balances, deposits, anything like that. You just know that he logged in to the Chase account.
Yes, whatever covers under the account overview or his login information, that's all I.
Yeah, typically when you log in, I don't know if anyone else does, online banking, but typically it will have all of your accounts that you have with that bank and kind of give you a flash overview of your various accounts. You don't know how much money was in his bank account?
Can tell. I don't know if he made transactions or.
And you do not know if there are multiple accounts associated with that Chase login.
That's correct.
I'm going to refer you to page 906, record 3195. Are you there yet?
No, you got me going from one end to the other. All right.
2195?
3195.
Okay. 3195. Okay, have it.
That's another Chase login, isn't it?
That's correct.
Occurred at 3:58:26 p.m. on January 7th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And now I'm going to refer you to record number 3292 on page 930.
Okay.
That's another Chase login, isn't it?
He's already he's logged in from earlier, so it's the same login.
It's not the same login that's referenced at page 906-3195, is it? Because that login occurred on January 7th, correct?
Well, if you go back through 31, oh, I see the date change. Yep, it goes all the preceding ones are also Chase from the 7th and then the 8th.
So the reference specific to page 930, record 3292, that's a Chase login that occurred the next day on January 8th, correct?
Yes, that's true.
And that's at 3:02 a.m., correct?
Yes, it is.
So what you saw in this MacBook data was multiple logins on the Chase account, correct?
Yes.
And they spanned many days during this period that you examined it, 12/25/2022, up to and including January 8th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
So there were many Chase logins apart and aside from the Chase login that you testified to on direct examination yesterday that occurred on December 27th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You'd also note, and I'll focus your attention on page 948 at record 3362.
Okay.
That involves a login to a Fidelity account, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And that login occurred at 7:04:21.
Yes.
So there are multiple logins involving financial institutions within that MacBook data that is contained in Exhibit 79, correct?
Yes.
And as you sit here today, you cannot tell this jury how many times there was a Chase login on this MacBook between 12/25/2022 and January 8th of 2023.
Unless I see the last visited count or I go through and hand count them, then no.
And the same question, you can't tell us how many times the Fidelity account was logged into between December 25th, 2022 and January 8th of 2023.
That's correct.
Where are we going with this?
And of course, you didn't examine any data on the MacBook prior to December 25th, 2022, so you have no idea how many times Mr. Walsh or anyone else logged into the Chase account prior to December 25th of 2022.
Yes.
I want to focus your attention to page 279 through 280 and record 1029 that is referenced on 279.
All right. Okay.
You have that in front of you?
Yes, sir.
That was a Google search that occurred at 9:37:07, correct?
Record 1029? Yes.
And that occurred, once again, on 12/27, this 12/27 date that we keep hearing about, correct?
Yes.
That search and those results had to do with Porsches, didn't it?
Yes.
Had to do with someone searching for Porsche cars, correct?
Yeah, it looks like it says,
Yeah, but isn't the person who's searching for Porsche cars, according to financial records that were stipulated in, negative 800 in his account for that time period? So, I mean, I look at stuff I can't afford all the time. Doesn't mean I'm going to buy Mr. Mo a deluxe Sailor Moon outfit.
911 Porsche 2009 for sale.
And one of those searches involved a Porsche for sale in Cohasset, didn't it?
I don't know. I can look.
If he buys you a Porsche, he didn't make you a corpse. I don't know. We'll figure out a tagline.
Oh, I see it. Yep.
That's a yes?
Car gurus, yes.
Okay. That search that I just asked you about that occurred on 12/27, that search happened right after those Chase searches that occurred on 12/27, didn't it?
Yes.
And that
Garino's like, where the hell are we going? Where? Okay, yeah, sure.
Porsche search at 279, 280, and the other searches thereafter, they occurred right after those searches that you referenced yesterday to the jury about divorce, correct?
Believe so.
I'm going to focus your attention now to page 2.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry.
They did. My bad, I saw it.
I'm going to focus you now to page 234, record 863.
2, 3. Okay.
That is a search that occurred on 12/27, once again, and it occurred around 8/23/13, correct?
I have 82308, but yep.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you to go forward to record 870 and ask you to look at those records that run from 863 to 870. They all involve searching for a diamond ring, don't they?
Yes.
And one of the specific
Well, yeah, before before whatever happened on the first happened, yeah, he looked at wedding rings or rings, he looked at, Porsches. But then after whatever happened on January, he looked at where to hide bodies or dispose parts. I understand that so there is a method behind his madness. These are some of the things that he did say, that there was going to be evidence of Brian Walshe looking for a Porsche for Anna and looking for jewelry for her. So he is bound by, the premise that he put forth in his opening statement. How much weight, the Porsche search and the jewelry search is going to have on balance will be up for the jury to decide.
queries is a 4-carat diamond, correct?
Yes.
Ooh, fancy.
And there's a specific reference in the search at page 236, record 870, that it references BlueNile.com diamonds, correct?
That's correct.
These searches that you just testified to regarding searching for diamonds, they occurred just before the searches that you told us about regarding the divorces yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Talking about those divorce searches now, the divorce searches that occurred on 12/27, they start actually with a search at page 240, record 887, and the search involves Katie Holmes' divorce.
Yes.
Katie Holmes is an actor.
Lord, tiny baby Jesus, never let my search history be brought up in court.
Actress, do you know?
Yes.
And so that is the first search that appears on 12/27 that includes the term divorce, correct?
Let's see. I believe so.
And then there's the searches that we talked about, you talked about yesterday on direct. And it's fair to say, isn't it, that those searches regarding divorce you testified to ran from page 241, record 891, to page 258, record 948.
Is that a question? Did I?
Yes.
Yes.
And you characterized them yesterday when asked by the Commonwealth. How do you characterize the nature of those searches? All showing divorce advice. Your words, correct?
Not gonna lie, I forget what I said, but I believe so.
Okay. So it's fair to say that if they ran from 8:33 to 8:54, that'd be a total of 21 minutes, correct?
Yes.
That's 21 minutes of looking at divorce, as you characterized it, divorce advice, and over 15 days of data that you extracted from the MacBook, correct?
Yes.
I'm not sure, as a defense attorney, you want to make the point that my client researched red rum and disposing bodies more than he researched divorce. I feel like this would be not maybe something I would be lauding or pointing out with great, noticing. But sure, I mean, it's a bold strategy.
And these divorce searches, once again, they occurred after the diamond searches, right after them, didn't they?
Yes.
And they occurred before the Porsche searches, didn't they?
Yes.
And these searches occurred before the Chase searches that you testified to.
Yes.
So on 12/27, that extracted data from the MacBook shows that all right around the same time, there was a Chase login, correct?
Yes.
Looks like someone was shopping for a diamond ring or a diamond, correct?
I don't know if they were shopping for it, but they were looking at it.
And somebody was looking at Porsches for sale, correct?
That's correct.
Well, that's how I always do my online Christmas shopping. Gift for Mo, separation papers, gift for kid, disownment papers. I like to multitask. Okay.
And there was no divorce-related searches that occurred in the data you looked at from 12/25 up to and including up to the 12/27 divorce searches you told us about.
Not that I saw.
It's fair to characterize these searches that you testified to yesterday that they begin at 4:52, and sometimes the searches only seem to last no more than a minute or two.
I can't speak to the time frame for all of them because I don't have them all memorized, but I know some were short, some were not.
But in fact, if someone reviewed Exhibit 79 carefully and looked at the data would reveal, wouldn't it, how long and how short some of these searches went from one search query to the next, correct?
Yes, that's true.
And it would also show that during these searches,
So he was just skimming how to dispose of a body. He was looking for cliff notes. He wasn't deeply engrossed.
searches that were being conducted, that at times the software, the browser, would then redirect and send the user to someplace else, and then a new search would be conducted, correct?
Again, I don't remember being all that many, but yes, that could happen.
And there are searches that include.
Are we alleging that Skynet tried to set Brian Walshe up by taking his, dispose of dead body and then just assuming murder? Where are we going with this?
Searches of what detergent to use to clean up, correct?
Clean up what?
Clean up a wood floor?
Blood.
I recall
off a
that.
wood
If you don't,
floor.
that's fine.
Yeah. I remember it having something else in that search string, but I don't remember just how to clean wood floors.
Okay. Do you remember, as you said here today, anything about searches for concrete floors?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, in reference to how to get blood out of concrete floors. Yeah, he didn't just search, my concrete floor is a mess. I have feral children. How do I clean out, kid stains? No, he went blood. It's kind of important when you're talking about his search histories to put that whole blood in there.
All of these searches, they go on not just for one day. These searches go on for at least 3 days, don't they?
I believe they go from the 1st to the 4th.
Okay. And on January 3rd, there are searches about how to deal with smells and odors from a decomposing body, isn't there?
Yes.
Y'all, where is the defense going? If I'm the defense, I'm maybe not bringing up the fact that my client searched for, nearly 4 days about dismemberment. And then I'm certainly not drawing attention to the fact that on the 3rd, the body was stinking. Is the defense working for the state? Is this entire thing a psyop?
And those searches about how to deal with an odor, they don't even begin until January 3rd, do they?
Look, he didn't even search to, how to deal with a stinky body until he was faced with it. How can you presume he's guilty?
If you know, if you don't, that's
I
fine.
thought on the 1st there was one, how long it takes for a body to start smelling.
But not how to, that's correct.
Yeah,
but
but
not how
not-
to clean it up.
That's correct.
And not how to mask the smell or anything of the sort.
No, there is January 1st, 4:58. How long does a body stop smelling? Dead
But not
body
how to
stop-
mask it, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And not how to clean it up.
I'm not seeing that.
Febreze, don't just mask the odor of your dead spouse. Take care of it forever. Febreze, with microparticles to kill all that decomposition smell. What is going on?
You're not seeing it.
I'm not seeing it. I'm just seeing the beginning ones that I've already talked about.
That's all I have.
Redirect.
Very, very.
What did that achieve? So the defense with clarity and to the minutest time detailed that Brian spent functionally 4 days trying to search a way out of a stinky corpse, and they made a point that he only spent about 23 minutes looking for divorce. So there you go. I don't know why as the defense you would be pointing this out. But, I also haven't seen the new Stranger Things, so maybe there's a clue that Vecna will leave us.
Very briefly.
79.
If we could just put up Exhibit 79, page 593, just to clear up one thing. Record 2171.
I'm sorry to hear that, Tammy.
If you could just read that title, please, Trooper.
It says your spouse is missing and you want a divorce / hello divorce.
And what is the date and time for that?
January 1st, 2023, 10:49 a.m.
So that is after 12/27 of 22, is that right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Damn it, when your search history contradicts you and your defense's entire narrative.
And Trooper, you talked about on cross-examination, you were asked about devices that you received on January 6th of 2023 by Mr. Walsh. Did you receive the MacBook?
No, I did not.
You received, what did you receive?
The iPhone 13 mini and 2 iPads, iPad 6 and iPad 6 mini.
So the defense's entire argument has been that the only sort of look for divorce was, again, Brian and Anna working together, realizing that he might go away for the federal case that he was convicted in but hadn't been sentenced in yet. And the defense was basically saying that all the divorce searches on the 27th were the only divorce searches that there ever were. And they were simply because Brian and Anna were looking at a way for her to have resources if he were to be sent to federal prison. Now, contradicting that, the searches are all in relation to men being able to protect their assets while going through a divorce, best states for men in divorce, and basically fighting your wife in family court. So it doesn't make sense if you're following the defense's narrative that this divorce was solely to be beneficial to Anna, that he would look up, divorce attorneys that are known for getting men fair deals in custody and monetary, bases for divorces. Yes, but basically that just blew a hole in the defense's case because the defense has just spent nearly 2 hours stating that the only divorce searches there ever were on December 27th for just 22 minutes. And the state's like, hey, just 1 second. He searched for divorce on January the 1st. Just hours after he took her life, by making the search, my spouse is missing, how do I get a divorce? So the defense just spent nearly 2 hours, trying to make a point that was just obliterated by one question the state asked.
And did those have hard drives like a laptop?
No, they have memory chips similar to the MacBooks, but not like a PC hard drive.
And did you find at the search warrant a PC or a laptop with a traditional hard drive?
No.
And did you search the house for a traditional laptop or a PC?
Yes, I did.
One moment. Thank you.
Any recross?
Oh, Lord.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
So we are on second witness, or we are done with the second witness, and the defense is
Commonwealth may call
they're
its next witness.
present.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth would call William Foley.
Just remain standing and face the clerk.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you speak is the possible knowledge.
Step right up here, sir. Just watch your step. Sir. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is William Foley, Foley.
And where do you work, sir?
I work for U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
What does the U.S. Customs and Border Protection do?
The U.S. Customs and Border Protection inspects arriving merchandise, cargo, and travelers traveling into and out of the United States.
And how long have you been with U.S. Customs and Border Protection?
with U.S. Customs and Border Protection for 13 years.
And what are your responsibilities there?
My responsibilities are mainly to inspect documents of individuals that are traveling into and out of the United States.
Are you familiar, as a result, with a system known as TECS, T-E-C-S?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
Sure. So TECS is a law enforcement tool that basically stores arriving and departing records for individuals that are traveling into and out of the United States.
And who has access to it?
U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
And how are entries in TECS generated?
They're mainly inputted by the airlines when passengers travel internationally on aircraft.
Now, are you familiar with another system called APIS, APIS?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
Yes. So APIS stands for Advanced Passenger Information System. It's a
We couldn't think of another acronym that isn't APIS. We couldn't have thought of any other, configuration of words that could think of, to be honest, APIS seems to be about what the airlines think of us, so it's apropos.
system used by the airlines to transmit travel data of passengers traveling into and out of the United States.
And what interaction does that have with TECS?
Once a record is inputted into APIS, it's transmitted to TECS within 72 hours of a traveler's arrival or departure into the United States.
And what would someone who's traveling in or out of the United States need to give in order to have their information go into APIS?
A passport.
And now, what happens if someone has dual citizenship and has two passports?
So the airlines scan whichever passport or record whatever passport is provided to them by the traveler.
And if someone has dual citizenship, would it record still that they're coming or leaving the country?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So if someone has dual citizenship and they use another country's passport, does it still get recorded into APIS?
Yes.
Okay. Now, sir, you've earlier provided some documentation from TECS that's been stipulated to as Exhibit 82. Your Honor, with the court's permission, the Commonwealth would seek to publish Exhibit 82.
And the description of Exhibit 82 is what?
A two-page TECS document having the name Anna Walsh.
Is it from one of these two systems?
It is from the TECS system by U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
All right, the 2 pages of TECS documents are now admitted into evidence as Exhibit 82.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes. And this is pre-marked as 82? It's okay.
The clerk
We're literally
is-
on the same page. So, Mr. Foley, can you see the screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I'd like you to walk us through this document. The date at the top left-hand corner in time, what is that, sir?
July 8th, 2025.
And underneath that, encounter date start and encounter end date, what are those two dates representing?
Those dates are the travel records from January 1st, 2022 and ending on July 7th, 2025 for pertaining to Anna Walsh.
And what is the date of birth?
Date of birth is
Tammy, this is a new witness. This is Mr. Foley. He is from Customs and Border Protection. And it looks like the state is putting it into evidence that Anna hasn't been picked up anywhere. Now, this is a kind of more difficult case because there has not been a body found. So the state does have to, demonstrate that, Anna isn't just out of the country. She isn't, in Canada or Mexico. She hasn't used any of her, monetary, resources. She hasn't used any paperwork, again, to bolster the idea that something devastating and life-threatening, life-ending happened to her, and she didn't just leave out of the country.
April 12th, 1983.
And scrolling down, sir, there's 2 lines of entry with Anna Walsh's name. Can you walk us through what those 2 lines represent?
Sure. So the bottom line shows that Anna Walsh departed the United States on November 23rd, 2022, and returned to the United States on December 7th, 2022.
So on that bottom line, after November 23rd, 2022, there is a UA under carrier code. What's that mean, sir?
That stands for United Airlines.
And what does the O in the next column mean, sir?
That stands for outbound.
And now, sir, it says on board. What is the significance of that?
That shows that the airline confirmed that she was on board the aircraft.
Now, on the top row of data, right above that, what does LH mean under carrier code?
That stands for Lufthansa Airlines.
And what does the I mean, sir?
Inbound.
Now, underneath that, there is a legend. And can you just run through the legend for us as far as what the codes and values are next to them?
Sure. So DUB is Dublin, Ireland. FRA, Frankfurt International Airport in Frankfurt, Germany. BOS is Boston Logan International Airport. And IAD is Dulles International Airport in Washington, D.C.
And, sir, other than those 2 entries, were there any other records of Anna Walsh traveling outside the country from January 1st, 2022 to your July date in 2025?
No, sir.
Nothing further with Mr. Foley, Your Honor.
Any cross?
The records that have been admitted as Exhibit 82, they're not public records, are they?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
What did he say? Yeah, it would be helpful if you go by the mic, you gremlin.
82, they're not public records, are they?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patrick Reardon.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Patrick Reardon.
Right this way, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Patrick Reardon, Reardon.
Where do you work, sir?
Cohasset.
And what do you do in Cohasset?
I am a sergeant and a canine handler.
How long have you been, you say sergeant, so I'm assuming Cohasset Police Department.
Yes.
How long have you been with the Cohasset Police Department?
About 18 years.
And how long have you been a sergeant?
About 3 years.
And how long have you been a canine handler?
About 15 years.
And in January of 2023, what was your canine's name?
Einstein.
Now, what type of dog is Einstein?
He's a Belgian Malinois.
And what type of police dog is Einstein?
He's certified as a patrol dog. He tracks, it does area searches, building searches.
What type of training did he go into to be able to track?
So initially he takes myself and him go through a 16-week training with the local sheriff's office. And from there we do a twice a month training.
And now, sir, I'd like to ask you some questions about January.
You know, at this point in the trial, I would like Einstein to testify. I mean, at this point, this trial is insane. I would like to hear directly from Einstein, the dog.
February 5th of 2023, did you have the opportunity to do a track or an area search with Einstein that day?
I did.
Approximately what time?
About 10:20 in the morning.
And what was the weather like?
It was cool, cloudy.
And where did you conduct this search?
I conducted the search in the front left side, in the rear of the property.
And when you say the property, is that 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes.
Now, sir, what type of search was this?
This was considered an area search.
And what would you call it? Can you tell us what an area search means?
An area search basically means it's not a track, so we don't have a definitive area of where the person would have started. So an area search would just be using the dog to try and pick up a scent of human odor in the area.
Now, Your Honor, if I may, we've stipulated to a series of photographs from Exhibits 83 to 89, and if I could publish the first of those, Exhibit 83.
You may?
Thank you. Ms. Gilman? Sergeant, can you see the image on the screen?
I can.
Is that the general area of the home that you had the opportunity to do your area search of?
It is.
And if we may have Exhibit 84. Now, Sergeant, do you see this image, Exhibit 84?
Yes.
Is the home in Exhibit 84?
Yes.
Now, sir, can you just tell us generally how far the home is set back from Route 3A?
It's about 100 yards.
And just generally looking at Exhibit 84, can you tell us again where you did your search?
So as you look at the home, I started the area search in the front left between the home and 3A on the left-hand side and worked my way back through the area where you can see Peppermint Brook.
Now, if we may have Exhibit 85. Sir, what part of the home is this?
That's the front.
And did you have the opportunity to walk this area with Einstein?
To the left of the driveway, yes.
And if we could have Exhibit 86. Do you recognize this area, sir?
Yes.
And that was also an area you got to walk with Einstein?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, could we have, just a little bit out of order, Exhibit 39 from the other day? Do you recognize this area, sir?
Yes.
What is this of the house?
I believe Trooper Keefe is going to be bringing that evidence in because I do believe that's how they were eventually able to find out about the dumpster that contained the boots and the cutting implements, various places where he had dumped them. So I do believe that the location data from the phone will come into play. I did Google yesterday. Now, Brian was on a home detention monitor, but that monitor was only tracking whether he was within or without the bond, the area of his home. So, I was wondering if maybe they tracked his location with the, home detention monitor. But no, it was just one that would be able to tell, his probation, hey, he's out of the house. So it didn't give like a clear GPS coordinates.
This is the backyard of the home.
What animals were in the backyard of the home when you were doing your search with Einstein?
There was a large German Shepherd in the fenced-in area.
And how was it behaving?
It was barking consistently at us.
And what was Einstein doing during this?
He was fine. He's not dog aggressive, so he continued to work.
And so is that what that other dog would be considered, dog aggressive?
Yes.
And could we have Exhibit 87? Do you recognize this area, sir?
Yes.
Where is this in relation to the home?
It's to the left of the home.
And did you get to walk this with Einstein?
I did.
And then if we could have Exhibit 88? Do you recognize this area, sir?
Yes.
And where was this?
Similar area to the left of the home, towards the back.
And then the final image I want to show you is Exhibit 89. And where is this in relation to the home?
That's in the backyard as well, the gravel path that leads up to the back.
And now, sir, what, if anything, did you find?
We didn't find anything.
And how long did you do that area search with Einstein?
It was approximately 25, 30 minutes.
And did you go inside the fence where the dog was?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Because the dog was there and it wouldn't have worked out.
All right. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ross,
No questions.
the witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're actually getting their things very quickly today. And that is not
Come up and
atypical
call us next
for
witness.
trials. During the beginning of a trial, if you're new to watching trials, welcome, welcome. It's the sports for nerds, or at least people who like to geek out on trial-y stuff. But at the beginning of trials, and especially very data-dense trials like this, there's a lot of foundational witnesses. Now, there was a good deal of stipulation. So stipulation basically means that the state and the defense agree something is true. So they're going to enter it into the record. And they ended up stipulating on a great deal of financial records and things like that. But you're going to have witnesses who simply, I uploaded the data or I checked the bag and, made sure it was packaged and then sent it on for things they don't stipulate. So we might have several witnesses that are very quick in and out. And you might think, why in the world did we need them? Well, the state has to establish a clear chain of custody that was unbroken. And so these are foundational witnesses, and they're usually not very long.
Calls Tom Menino.
Okay, I feel like a terrible person, but if Drew Carey ever became a woman, it's this chick. Again, sorry, you have a wonderful, soothing voice. If you ever want to do, voice acting, you have a great voice, but you do remind me of a female Drew Carey, especially with those glasses. And honestly, that jacket.
Good morning. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
I thought Yul Brynner passed away. Why is Yul Brynner?
Good
morning.
Could you please state
I
your
do a lot of
name and
talking.
spell your last name for the record?
Thomas Menino, Menino.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm currently employed with JetBlue,
In what capacity?
corporate security manager out of Boston Logan Airport.
Thank you. And how long have you been employed by JetBlue as corporate security?
Just under 2 years.
And what are your responsibilities there?
Security issues at the airport, keeper of the records.
And so as part of your job, you said you are keeper of the records,
Correct.
custodian of the records?
Correct.
Thank you. And does JetBlue Airlines keep records of customers flying on its planes in the normal course of business?
Yes, we do.
And how are your company's records kept?
Electronically.
When are entries made of those records?
As soon as someone purchases a reservation for an airline ticket, that's when we get the record.
Thank you. So as close to a transaction being made as possible?
Correct.
And why are records kept?
Just because we want to know who's flying on us, and if there's any issues with it.
I apologize, Judge, I just can't hear the witness.
Okay, I'm just going to ask the witness, this is a really large courtroom. Lean right into that
sorry.
microphone in a big, bold voice.
Sorry.
Thank you so much. If you could just repeat that answer.
So just so we know who's flying on our airline and that we, just have a record for them.
Thank you. So are your records kept in good faith?
Yes, they are.
And do you have JetBlue records concerning reservations for December 25th of 2022 through January 30th of 2023 for passenger Anna Walsh with a date of birth of April 12th, 1983, that you have provided to the Commonwealth?
Yes, we did.
Your Honor, I'd ask now that we enter in, which has already been previously marked as Exhibit 92.
9-2?
92.
Presumably, we're going to hear about what 90 and 91 are later?
Yes, we will, Your Honor.
All right. So 92 are the records from JetBlue. They're marked and admitted into evidence.
Thank you very much. I'd also ask that they be published for the jury at this time electronically.
You may.
Do you have a copy of those, sir?
I don't have them with me.
I will bring them right up to you.
Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Menino, are you familiar with those records?
I am.
Thank you very much. Looking at the reservation on 12/25/22, could you go to that page, Ms. Gilman? Thank you.
Okay.
Where was there a reservation from?
This reservation was from DCA, which is Reagan National Airport, to Boston.
So, and the code for Boston?
BOS.
Thank you. And what time was that reservation for?
It was for 6:30 p.m.
And can you tell if Ms. Walsh took that flight?
No, that flight was refunded.
Okay, so you can tell that she did not take that flight, is that correct?
Correct.
And where do you see that flight was refunded?
Where it says STAT, S-T-A-T, it says RFND.
And what happened to that flight? Do you know? Did that flight go that day?
That flight went, but that was a refunded ticket.
Okay. And when was that flight purchased?
Looks like it was issued on December 20th of 2022.
Going to the next record on 12/27. Did Ms. Walsh have a flight on 12/27/22?
Yes.
And where was, from where?
This flight was from Boston to Reagan National Airport.
And what time?
7:30 a.m.
And did she take that flight?
This flight here was booked through JetBlue when it was with the Northeast Alliance. That meant we were dealing with American Airlines. And so this was purchased for an American Airlines ticket. So we don't have record of if she took that flight or not.
And when was that flight purchased?
It was December 20th of 2022.
And where can you see that?
Where it says issued.
And looking at the next page, please. Did Ms. Walsh have a flight on 12/30/22?
Yes, she did.
And from where to where?
That flight was from Reagan International Airport to Boston.
And what time?
That was at 6:30 a.m.
And did she take that flight on December 30th of 2022?
That ticket was used.
And when was that flight purchased?
December 20th of 2022.
And what's the difference, if you know, between created and issued?
Yeah. So it's created. That's when the ticket was created. Was that date, and it was issued. The ticket was issued on the second date. So yeah, it was. Sorry, that was created on November 5th of 2022.
And then it was issued?
Yes.
Okay. So created is the day it was purchased?
Correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could just go back to that. Thank you. So created is the day it was purchased?
Correct.
Thank you. And was there a flight on January 3rd of 2023?
That's correct.
And from where to where?
From Boston to Reagan.
And what time?
That would be at 6 a.m.
And was that flight used? And Ms. Gilman, if you could go down now.
No, that says it was no-show, so that meant that the person did not show up for the flight.
What's the difference between refund and no-show?
So refund is you can cancel your ticket prior to your flight and get your money back. No-show means you just don't show up for the flight.
And looking at the next document, please.
It is interesting to me that Brian wouldn't have gone ahead and gotten the ticket, canceled the flight. Again, he had all the time to do 4 days worth of searches, and you would think that this would be one of the things that he would have picked up on. But at this point, the cops were already pretty sus on him, so.
Was there a flight reservation for January 13th of 2023?
Yes.
And where was that flight scheduled from?
Reagan International Airport to Boston.
And what time?
6:30 p.m.
And did Miss Walsh take that flight?
That was a no-show on that flight as well.
And if you could go down, please. And and where do you see that?
Right there, it says CMP 2. Hold on, let's make sure I get the right one. The third, sorry, it's CMP 1. It's the lower one.
Thank you. And going back up, when was that?
That was created on November 5th of 2022.
Okay. And looking at 116, did Ms. Walsh have a flight reservation for 116 of 2023?
Yes, she did.
And where was that flight scheduled from?
That was from Boston to Reagan.
And what time was that flight for?
6 a.m.
And did she take that flight?
That was a no-show on that flight.
And when was that flight purchased? Going up, please.
November 5th, 2022.
And Ms. Gilman, could you go up in the record so we could see that, please?
We're going to try at 1.25.
Thank
if
you.
it's too fast, let me know.
And going to the next document, please. And looking at this document, did Ms. Walsh have a flight reservation for January 27th of 2023?
Yes, she did.
And where was this reservation from?
Reagan International Airport to Boston.
And what time?
6:30 p.m.
And did Ms. Walsh take that flight?
That was a no-show for that flight.
And when was that flight purchased?
That flight was purchased on November 5th, 2022.
And looking at the January 30th, 2022, did she have a flight reservation for that date?
She did.
And where was the reservation from?
Boston to Reagan International Airport.
JKD Buck, I hope that your ish show got fixed up, that you're back with us. So I hope you're good at multitasking.
And what time?
6 a.m.
And did she take that flight?
She did not. No show.
And when was that flight purchased?
On November 5th, 2022.
And the final page, please. And what is this document showing, Mr. Menino?
These are just flights that we had scheduled for December 23rd, 2022, December 24th, 2022, December 25th, December 30th, 2022, and January 1st, 2023.
And so that shows whether or not the flight went or was canceled?
Correct.
And those are only the JetBlue flights, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so this would show the the December 25th of 22 flights, whether they flew or were canceled.
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
French graying psychodwarf, that is a good question. And I'm hoping that maybe closer to when they introduce all of the equipment that had Anna and Brian's DNA on it, they might have someone that comes on and explains, if a person were to receive wounds from all of these different things, it's very likely that they would no longer be alive due to blood loss or something like that. I will say that they have already put in, it was stipulated to both sides, financial records that do show that no accounts with Anna's information or accounts that utilize her social security number have been touched since January 1st, 2023, or prior to that. So basically there's been no activity. No one using her social security has tried to enter or exit the country. Now, Border and Security Patrol, I guess, would cover flights, cruises, any number or any transportation if you're going by a legal means. Now, I think that they might need to bring in someone because I do think she was a dual citizen on Serbia, I do believe. They might need to bring someone in from Serbia that has a similar systemology in their passport tracking to show that, again, past January of 2023, there were no indications of any movement of her, anyone using her ID or her biometrics. This is just a 3. This may be something that the state's going to bring in with another witness. I will say the state's been really good at, kind of building things up in a natural progression as far as witnesses go.
Any cross-exam?
No questions, Judge.
Witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Greg Lawrence.
And if it gets too fast, it is on 1.25. Let me know. It's just really, really cold today, and the heater's not helping. So any speed by which we can do this. Well, French graying, you know what? I haven't followed this case as far as any of the evidence or pretrial motions. That might be something that's brought in later. I do not know. So I guess I'll find out when you find out watching the trial. But these are fair points. I mean, we do have to be objective. Oh, good Lord. This man's...
And you may proceed.
Okay, this man in the witness stand makes me want to sing the Chris Farley song, big guy in a little coat. I mean, he looks so squunched in there.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Gregory Lowrance, last name spelled Lowrance.
And where do you work, sir?
The Cohasset Police Department.
And how long have you worked there?
Since 2018.
And what are your rank and responsibilities?
Currently, I am a police officer assigned as a school resource officer to the elementary school in town.
And what were your responsibilities in January of 2023?
I was working as a...
You know what? He has a nice, friendly face, got a little bit boyishness with the beard, which is weird, but he looks like a good guy to have in an elementary school, big enough that he can kind of, get a gruff voice and say, stop it. But, no, French, it's good you keep me objective because I can get mired in why are we going through all of this And it gives me a fresh perspective and reminds me that, there could be other explanations, but he does look all the sus. Not the current man on the witness stand, Brian. I think he looks like, he would be a good guy for a school resource officer.
Patrol officer.
In what shift were you working on January 4th of 2023?
The 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. shift.
And how were you dressed for that shift?
Regular department uniform.
And where were you dispatched at approximately 11:44 a.m. on January 4th of 2023?
516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset.
Sir, can you keep your voice up, please?
I'm sorry.
Lean right into that microphone.
You can also move that a little closer to you, the microphone, if you want. Now, what was your purpose of going to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
I believe it was for a well-being check.
And what did you do upon arrival to that residence?
I exited my cruiser and approached the side door of the residence.
And then what happened?
I was met by the resident of the house, Mr. Brian Walshe.
And where did you meet him?
I was on the door to the right of the main front door.
Okay. And what did he say, if anything, when you arrived?
He wanted to file a missing persons report for his wife.
What was his demeanor?
He was calm, collected.
And was this interaction that you had with him recorded?
It was not.
And did Cohasset Police Department have body-worn cameras at that time?
We did not.
Does Cohasset Police Department have body-worn cameras now?
We do not.
And did he say why he wanted to report his wife missing?
He contacted her workplace, and they had not heard from her, and he had not heard from her in a few days.
What did he tell you about the last time that he had seen her?
It was on January 1st, 2023.
What, if anything else, did he tell you?
That it was the morning between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. Before she took a flight back to Washington, D.C. for work.
And did he tell you where she was taking a flight from?
Logan Airport.
And did he tell you how she got to Logan Airport?
She took an Uber from the residence.
And did he say what he had done to contact her?
He had tried to call and text her, and also was reaching out to friends and coworkers in the D.C. area.
And did he say whether or not this was typical behavior?
It was not.
What did he say about their typical behavior?
When she is away from the family for work, they usually FaceTime frequently, so he can FaceTime with their children.
Officer Lawrence, what did you next do in regard to Mr. Walsh's missing person report?
I returned to my cruiser to go into my cruiser bag and take out a blank NCIC missing persons report form to fill out.
And what is NCIC?
It is the National Crime Information Center, a national database used for law enforcement to get information out to surrounding agencies.
So what kind of information do you need for that?
Just basic biographical information, any personal appearance information, anything that will help locate a missing person.
And were you able to compile information for that form?
Yes.
And at this point, Your Honor, I'd like to put into evidence what's been marked by agreement as Exhibit 90.
Major Mom, I don't believe they've gotten into this yet, but I think it's safe to assume, given the fact that searches regarding dismemberment and how to get rid of a body started on January 1st at around 4:52 a.m., that the entire story about Anna leaving in an Uber to the airport was a complete fabrication. Now that's my guess right now, just because we haven't got into it yet. This is, I think, the fifth witness. So we've kind of gone thoroughly through the timeline of where police, this is going to be the first responding officer that kind of got detectives involved after he took the sort of, general information. So we haven't got to that part yet, but I do think that it is going to be revealed that she never left. She died somewhere prior to 4:52 a.m. in the morning. Now the defense wants you to believe that she died in her sleep. The state really hasn't put forward a mechanism of death. And again, that would be hard to speculate about because there is no body in this case, which I think is a hurdle that both the state and the defense are going to have to deal with. in different ways.
3, the NCIC form.
Exhibit 93 is now in evidence, the NCIC form.
Thank you. And before I ask you a question about that, who gave you the information to fill out the form?
Brian Walsh.
Do you recognize Brian Walsh in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point him out for the record?
He's right there in a black suit, red tie.
Your Honor, might the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to publish Exhibit 93, the NCIC form.
You may.
Thank you. What did the defendant tell you was the name of his wife?
Anna Walsh.
And what did he say was her date of birth?
April 12th, 1983.
Where did he tell you she was born?
Belgrade.
What information did the defendant tell you about where Anna Walsh lived?
They owned a townhouse in Washington, D.C., which she stayed at when she was down there for work.
Ms. Gilman, if you could go down. And what did he say was the address?
5334 43rd Street Northwest.
And did he give you the Washington, D.C. and the zip
Yes.
code?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he say what her car was?
Yes.
And what was that?
A 2022 gray Volkswagen Taos.
And did he give you a physical description of her?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
And what was that physical description that he gave you?
About 115 pounds in weight, 5'2" height, brown hair, brown eyes.
And did he provide you any information about her phone?
Yes, he supplied me with her cell phone number.
And well, why is the cell phone number important for you?
Then we can conduct a ping of the cell phone to determine its last known location.
And what number did the defendant give you did he also, besides her cell phone, did he also give you his cell phone number?
Yes, he did.
And what number did he give you?
617-939-8646.
And did the defendant tell you what airline Ms. Walsh was going to fly?
He said that she was flying JetBlue.
And why is that information important?
Then we can contact Logan Airport and determine if she boarded any flights for JetBlue that day.
And after obtaining the information from the NCIC form, where did you then go?
I then returned to the Cohasset Police Department.
And I should ask, did you go inside the house at that time?
I did not.
How long were you at the house?
Probably around 20 minutes.
And at some point, did you go back to the house that night?
I did.
And why did you go back to the house that night?
I returned to the residence around 6:30 p.m. For a recorded interview with Sergeant Harrison Schmidt.
I might have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I think so.
Any cross?
2 questions. Had you ever been to that house before?
No, sir.
And you started working at Cohasset in 2018?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Can I see counsel at the side of the bench? The witness may step down.
I don't understand where the defense is going. Maybe the fact that this officer didn't go inside the house is going to be part of a strategy for later. I'm not quite sure. It seemed to be kind of a random question, but a good one because I think, that would have been a question I want answered, because but it makes sense if, Brian, framed the story as my wife left, I saw her leave, and at that point, that police officer has nothing to contraindicate or indicate that Brian is lying, so...
10 seconds early to your morning break. Have a good break.
All rise for the court, please. Close your notebooks.
All righty.
Either way.
There may be something we need to discuss prior to the next witness outside of the jury's, outside of the jury's presence, and so they're letting them go early.
No, Your Honor.
Have a good break.
No, Your Honor.
Oh, nope. They just look. Maybe someone had to potty. All righty. We are zooming right along. Again, I don't think there's going to be a lot of contention. And in the same way that there wasn't a lot of contention to a lot of the witnesses in the Chandler Halderson case, I think that there's going to be a lot less, fiery Matlock moments. I think there are going to be specific and very pedantic and oftentimes seemingly irrelevant things that the defense are going to really hone in on to expand and solidify their narrative, which is why Old Man River went so hard on the divorce searches, which would have made a really good point had the state not, blown through that with her very first question after, that inexorably long cross on Garino. Now, you can tell now it is sped up to 1.25. But if you go back to the footage of day 1 and day 2, Brian was fairly stoic. He didn't fidget. He wasn't doing any of these kind of things, the hand and rubbing. And again, I'm not a bodyologist. I just play one on TV. So I don't know how much stock to look or to put into that, but I will say it's something that I am observing. And if I'm observing it, not that I'm the litmus test for normal, but it might be something that the jury is observing as well. Again, this was never going to be an easy case for the defense, but I don't think Brian anticipated how this was going to go. I don't think he's getting the sort of response from the jury that he thought he would. I think he legitimately thought that people were going to buy his she died suddenly gambit. And here's why I think that. I think that this man was able to, for a time, successfully pull off a high stakes fraud. Not to the point that he didn't get convicted for it, but for a while he was able to con some fairly savvy people. I'm guessing that if you run an art gallery in LA, a successful one, then you're a fairly savvy person. And Brian was able to con that person and several other people for a period of time. I think that Brian, in his realm of experience, has always been able to, for the most part, mitigate and talk his way out of things. And this is the very first situation where he's realizing that the power of the schmooze is not going to work. Again, I'm not a psychologist. I'm not even, a life coach. These are just my thoughts, but I think he didn't realize how incredibly stressful a trial was going to be, and he's not getting the responses from the jury that he thought he would. Kind of the understanding, oh, he's a good husband, the general consensus, because I did ask ChatGPT how the internet at large is reacting to the sudden death, defense, and the most gracious response, the most positive, is that people are being objective and saying, like me, I'm willing to let the defense put on a case and try to prove this to me. But most people are saying, the vast majority of people are saying it's beyond disbelief that this is the defense that's going on. So yeah.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Commonly called sex witness.
Calls Seth Fox.
Watch
Step one.
All right. I will say every witness has had a really sharp suit.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
Seth Fox.
And how do you spell your last name?
Fox.
Thank you. Mr. Fox, what is your occupation?
I'm a subpoena compliance specialist with Lyft.
And what is a subpoena compliance specialist?
My job is to intake and respond and review subpoenas that are served to Lyft by law enforcement.
And how long have you done that job?
For 2.5 years.
And how long have you worked for Lyft?
Since 2018.
And what are your, as part of your specific responsibilities, are you a custodian of records for Lyft?
Yes.
And as such, what are your responsibilities as the custodian of records?
To collect, search for and collect records that we are subpoenaed for.
And when are entities made on business records at Lyft?
At the time they're created.
And why are they made?
For purposes of privacy and security and maintaining data.
And are they made in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And are they made in good faith?
Yes.
What is Lyft?
A technology company that facilitates rideshare pairings between drivers and riders through our Lyft app.
So how does Lyft work?
If you're a rider, you would go in, you would first download the Lyft app and then input your information, name, phone number, payment method, and then you can use the app to request a ride to whatever location you're going to. And it pairs you with the driver in your area.
Is Lyft a paid or free service?
Paid.
Are you familiar with the records that have been requested in this case?
Yes.
And have you previously supplied those records to us?
Yes.
And are these the records for the account information for Anna Walshe with a payment and profile for that user?
Yes.
And did Anna Walshe have an account with Lyft?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm now seeking to admit, which has been previously marked as Exhibit 94, the records of Lyft.
And welcome, Megan Fox Raiders. You are getting in on day 3 of the good Lord. Let's go, Brandon popped in my brain. The Brian Walshe case. And bless the defense's heart is all I gotta say. Because the defense is, she totally died naturally and I hysterically dismembered her. Because of grief. Now, I know you're shocked, but this defense is all the what the fuckery. It's nearly 3 hours in. I'm going to start. Hagatha is pissed, okay? Hagatha is not happy. It is too damn cold. Screw you, Greta. I'm about to start burning tires in my front yard. Or just turn my heater up and stop bitching. But, yeah, this defense is basically totally trust me, bro. She died naturally and I got nervous and decided to dismember her. As you do.
All right, the Lyft records for Anna Walshe are now in evidence as Exhibit 94.
Thank you. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Just going to show you these so you can reference them during your testimony.
Thank you.
I'm also going to ask, Your Honor, if they could be published to the jury.
They may be.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if we could start with the account. Mr. Fox, when was this account created?
This was created on May 16th of 2022.
And what phone number was associated with the account?
617-599-7966.
And how is the phone number used with Lyft?
The app is through your phone, so you have to download it to your phone, and that phone number is how you create rides or request runs.
And does Lyft keep other information about the account holder's phone?
We keep information such as the IP address at the time the account was created, the phone carrier, and the app version that was used, and the operating system on that phone.
And why is that?
For data purposes, for privacy security.
What kind of phone was used here?
It was a iPhone 14.4.
And who was the
Oh my gosh. Okay, Megan, audio, she sounds like the two ladies that were always talking about their muffins, or they're like, and it's a good thing. It was, I think, a radio show where they would talk about apples and that's nice. That's who she sounds like. That she sounds like the two women that were so completely balls out high. I mean, I would like to reach exactly how many and what type of gummies do I take to reach that level of zen, because I would like to feel that relaxed ever in my life without my heart rate going below 50 beats per minute. And yes, for those who are wondering, who just fell in here and wondering what in the Walmart rapture is this case, and is Mo dressed up like a sexy chicken? And yes, to both questions. Today is Cosplay Wednesday, and since I am a connoisseur of dress up I managed to get a bunch of different costumes on sale after Halloween, and for $8, they sold a sexy chicken costume. Though I do believe I am actually a sexy rooster, so I don't know if I'm a cross-dressing chicken or a drag chicken. Either could be acceptable, and I am sad that there is not a KFC still opened in my neighborhood, so I could go in and buy a bucket of chicken today. In all reality, it is too cold. This outfit is nothing more than a barely legal mini dress with feathers, and it's too damn cold, and I don't need fried chicken that much.
Carrier.
Verizon.
In addition to keeping that information, do you also keep payment method?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, I'd ask you to go to the payment document. And can you tell me about the payment method in these records?
It was a Visa card, the last four digits, 5421.
And finally, sir, Ms. Gilman, if you could go to the cover, were there any rides between December 30th of 2022 and January 8th of 2023 that were used by this rider?
No.
Thank you.
Any cross?
Yeah, the NPR Apple stream, I think, was on SNL. I believe it was still around the time that they had the It's Pat skit. So, because I think Pat, or the comedian who played Pat, also played one of the NPR ladies. So I think I want to say 1998, 99, thereabouts.
The witness may step down. Thank you, sir. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth calls Alyssa Wimmer.
Now, this might be a more dense witness because I believe Alyssa was one of the names of a friend of Anna's mentioned. So...
Right this way. Slide your stuff on me. Slide this chair. Step right up. No, just step right up. There you go.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name, spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Alyssa Wimmer, Wimmer.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I work for Uber Technologies.
And what is your title?
I am one of their regional public safety liaisons.
And how long have you worked for Uber Technologies?
Approximately a year and a half.
And always in the same position?
Yes.
And what are your specific responsibilities?
My job is to assist law enforcement within my region, which includes the Northeast United States, with complex or critical safety incidents that have some sort of a nexus to the Uber platform.
And as part of your job, have you been designated as a custodian of records?
Yes.
As such, what are your responsibilities?
I am able to look at requests that law enforcement put through our portal for Uber, locate data that they are requesting and then produce that data to law enforcement.
And when are entries made on business records at Uber Technologies?
At the time of the event or shortly thereafter.
And why are they made?
In order to maintain our regular course of business.
And are they made in good faith?
Yes.
What is Uber Technologies?
So we're more commonly known as Uber. We are a technology company that...
Okay, I resent the made in good faith. Like the Weyland-Yutani Corporation from Aliens is going to tell us that they all want to kill us and bring the xenomorphs back. I mean, hell, 23andMe just went bankrupt. Where the hell is all of our DNA going? I call facts not an evidence that any corporation cares about our safety of our data. I call bullshittery.
Facilitates various transportation and delivery services under our platform. So we're probably most commonly known for our rideshare feature, which allows a user to access the Uber application, request a trip with a pickup location and a drop-off location, and then Uber will match that person with the driver, and the driver will transport the individual from point A to point B.
Is Uber a pay or free service?
A paid service.
Are you familiar with the records that have been requested in this case?
Yes.
And did you provide those records previously?
Uber did, yes.
And were those records for account information for 617-599-7966?
Yes.
And did Uber have an account for 617-599-7966?
Yes.
And you have seen those records?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask at this time, those were provided digitally?
Correct.
I'd ask at this time that the records, which have been marked on a thumb drive as Exhibit 95, previously marked, be the next exhibit.
And that's agreed to? The Uber records for the phone number recited are now in evidence as Exhibit 95.
Thank you. And I ask that they be published both for the witness and the jury.
You may do that.
Thank you. I'd ask that we start with response page 2. So why are records based on a phone number for Uber?
Uber does not require individuals to provide legal verification of their identity. So a user can choose whatever display name they want on their account, but we do verify phone number and or email address. So when law enforcement is requesting data from us, we often require a phone number or an email address in order to locate the account.
And what name was associated with this account?
Anna Walshe.
And what email is associated with this account?
It's ANCILI83@yahoo.com.
And was there also a date of birth at the bottom?
So that date of birth was provided by law enforcement to Uber and as an identifier in order to search for those records. And that date of birth was April 12th of 1983.
And were there, going to the next attachment to the response, please?
That is diabolical but hysterical in a really, really, really dark humor way. But he did have the perfect opportunity to do some Ed Gein crafts and make a true-to-life leg lamp from the Christmas Story. And he just, by that much... I'm going straight to Hades. And Dingus has decided to leave because I wouldn't let him molest the printer. Yes, for some reason, all the cats in my house seem to have an unrequited attraction for my printer. I don't know why, but it's not consensual on the part of the printer.
Were there any rides between December 30th of 2022 and January 8th of 2023?
There were 2 trips taken from that account on December 30th of 2022.
And they were, can you tell us where those were?
Well, columns G and H will tell you where the rider said they wanted to be picked up in GPS coordinates. Columns I and J will tell you where the rider was actually picked up. Columns K and L will tell you where the rider wanted to be dropped off. And columns M and N will tell you where the rider was actually dropped off.
And those are longitude and latitude?
Correct.
And those are GPS coordinates, like if you put into Google Maps or something like that?
Correct.
And can you tell from this about payment method?
Yes. Columns O and P and Q contain information about the credit card that was used to pay for these 2 rides. Column O is going to be the first 6 digits on that credit card number. Column P is going to be the last 4 digits of that credit card number. And then column Q is the expiration date for the credit card.
And can you tell us what columns R, S, and T are?
Yes. Column R is how much the trip costs in United States currency. Column S is the distance of the trip in miles. And column T is going to be the duration of the trip in minutes.
Were any other rides taken besides these 2 rides?
Between the dates that you indicated?
Exactly.
No.
Were any other accounts registered with Uber connected to that phone number, credit card, or email?
I believe there was another account linked to that phone number, but there was no activity on it at all.
And going back to response page 2, where do you see that? Is that somewhere there?
No. I believe this request was also related to information about trips that were taken, and this account had trips on it, whereas I believe there was another account linked to this phone number that was never used, never had any trips on it at all. And
So there were no trips for that date?
Correct.
For those dates?
Correct.
So no information was supplied?
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Cross?
Question.
Witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I do think that the state is doing a good job. Again, both sides are going to have to contend with the lack of a physical body in this case. And I do think that the state is being thorough and cutting off any sort of disparate avenues that the defense might use. Again, this is a weird case because Brian has essentially already pled guilty. Now, the jury doesn't know this, to the lesser crimes that he was charged with. So the moving or kind of desecration of human remains, he's already pled guilty to, and he's pled guilty to obstruction of justice for all the lying to the police. So he's already pled guilty to those 2 things. So it's really odd to watch this case where the jury is not aware that he's pled guilty. And the defense is trying to hone in on points that are dumb. Like basically stating that, a divorce search was only done, once to try to hide assets or protect assets in case Brian was going to go into federal prison. It just doesn't make sense. None of it does. But I do think that the state is doing a good job of, again, showing how thorough the investigation was and, showing that there has been no financial activity. There has been no border crossing. There has been no use of her social security number or any finances related to that. So they are doing the best they can.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth will call Michael Kenyon.
I feel like this is Hank Brennan's friendlier brother, like the good twin. Because he's been all chipper and respectful and not a snarky ass. So he was the twin that got a loving family. I don't know.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
How are you?
I'm very good, sir. But my first question to you is, what's your name?
Michael Kenyon, Swampscott Police Department.
And can you spell your last name for us?
Yeah, Kenyon.
And sir, you said Swampscott Police Department. What is your rank there?
I'm an officer.
And how long have you been an officer? How long have you been with the Swampscott Police Department?
Since 2020.
Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about January 9th of 2023. Were you working that day?
Yes.
What time do you think you might have got to dispatch to 330 Paradise Road?
Sometime right around 3 o'clock.
Can you describe 330 Paradise Road for us in Swampscott?
It's an apartment complex on Paradise Road in Swampscott.
And why were you there?
I have been advised by my OIC to go up there and assist some police agencies.
And so
Voice up, sir, please. Just lean right into that microphone. Keep your voice up.
Okay.
Thank you.
If you pull it right to you, make it, there you go. So when you got there, what did you see?
Multiple police.
Okay, I just want to give him a phone book. He looks so tiny in the. Okay, I'm a terrible person. I'm going straight to hell. But I know. He looks so vulnerable. I just want to give him a phone book.
Agencies, so the Mass State Police CPAC unit was there, mass crime scene, and some representatives from Swampscott CID were there.
And were they near any areas in particular at 330 Paradise Road?
Yes.
What?
They were near the trash compactor and the dumpster.
At this point in time, the Commonwealth would seek to publish what's been previously stipulated to as Exhibits 90 and 91, photographs from 330 Paradise Road.
As agreed, they're now in evidence as 90 and 91.
Ms. Gilman, can we have HAS 6436, which is Exhibit 90? Sir, do you see that?
Yes.
Is that one of the two dumpsters or compactors you had the opportunity to be near at 330 Paradise Road that day?
Yes.
All right. And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 91, HAS 6469? And sir, do you see this object?
Yes.
Is that what's this compared to the other receptacle you saw?
This is a trash compactor.
And so you get there, you see all these officers, and you see these two objects. What happens next?
The trash compactor and the dumpster are secured on flatbeds.
Okay. And so then what do you do?
It's advised that I was going to lead a caravan from our location to another location.
And so where was the other location you were going to go to?
At the time it was JRM, but it's the Republic Trash Services at 304th Street in Peabody.
Okay. Now, so what do you do?
Daggone it, sir. I call party foul or trial foul. How dare you not use the word convoy so I can think of the song? I'm just saying I wouldn't use caravan. I would have used convoy, but as you were.
You've got this location in Peabody. What happens next?
So I lead the caravan from 330 Paradise Road in Swampscott to the Republic Trash Services at 304th Street in Peabody. Upon arrival, I blocked traffic on 4th Street and allowed the caravan to enter the JRM or the Republic Trash Plant.
And you say the caravan. What was in the caravan?
Caravan was me leading the trash compactor and the dumpster on flatbeds behind me, and then multiple police cruisers being the state or crime scene, and then some Swampscott police unmarked.
And after those cruisers and the dumpster and the compactor went up to the trash spot, what did you do?
Secured the gate and went back to Swampscott to work my shift.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any cross?
Just one.
Witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
No, I just have one question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's my fault. With regards to the Exhibit 91, that trash compactor, do you have any knowledge of whether that had trash in it?
No.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth calls Sergeant Amy Waterman.
Just watch your stuff on me.
I love the gentleman bailiff that pushes everyone's chair in.
And you may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, Amy Waterman, Waterman.
And how are you employed?
I'm a sergeant with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how were you employed in January of 2023?
I was a trooper assigned to the Massachusetts State Police.
In what unit?
The Violent Fugitive Apprehension Section, which falls under the Division of Investigative Services.
And did you go to 5334 43rd Street Northwest in Washington, D.C. on January 7th of 2023?
Yes, I did.
And who did you go to that location with?
Lieutenant Michael Lopes from the Cohasset Police Department.
And do you remember approximately what time you went there on the 7th of January?
Yeah, it was approximately 11:40 a.m.
And whose home was that?
That was the home of Anna Walsh.
And did you know Anna Walsh?
No, I did not.
And why were you at her home?
We had been sent down to D.C. to search her residence there in regards to a missing person case.
Can you please describe that home?
It was a 3-story brick corner unit. I would call it like a townhouse, brick townhouse.
And was there any security or ring doorbells or anything like that when you got to that home?
No.
And how did you enter the home?
The basement level was a garage, and Lieutenant Lopes was in possession of a key, the key code combination for the door.
To the garage?
Correct.
Okay. And so did you go into the garage?
Yes.
And what observations were made of the garage?
There was several boxes of miscellaneous items, which there was some carpets that were rolled up. There was things you would find in a garage, like a wet vac. No vehicles were found. It was pretty neatly organized.
And were there any other rooms attached to the garage?
There was, through the door, there was a smaller room. I would call it an exercise room. There was a treadmill, a chair, and a couple other items, like a weight bench.
So besides that garage level, what did you do next?
We opened, there was an interior door that led to a stairwell that went up to the actual apartment of the townhouse.
And were you able to get through that door?
Yes.
And did you need an additional key or code or anything to get through that?
No.
And so how did you get through that? Was it unlocked for you? Or if you
I believe it was, yes.
Okay. And so where did you then go?
We went up a set of stairs that led to what I would call the first floor of the townhouse. It was three residential floors. So we went up to the first floor.
And can you describe that first floor, please, for the jury?
Yes, it was a main kitchen area. There was a restroom in that area, as well as like a living area, like a seating area.
Okay. And what was the condition of the kitchen?
It was very neat and tidy. Nothing really out of place.
Did you look around?
We did.
Was there anything in the fridge?
Yeah, there was some, I don't remember exactly, but there was some food items in the fridge.
And what did you see in the rest of the area of that main floor, you said?
Again, it was neatly put together. There was some miscellaneous personal items that you would typically find in a kitchen or a living area, furniture.
So it was furnished?
Correct.
And so after looking at that kitchen floor, what did you do next?
Once we took a look at that floor, we went up, ascended up the stairs to the second floor.
And when you say we, you're talking about?
Yes, Lieutenant Lopes.
Okay.
Yes.
Was anyone else with you?
No, it was just the two of us.
Okay. So after you finished looking at the kitchen, you said you went up to the next floor?
Correct.
And what was on, and how did you get to the next floor?
We took the stairs up, and there was another interior door that opened up into a larger area.
And what did you see there?
I would describe it as the primary bedroom. Essentially, the whole floor was one big bedroom. There was, off to the left, there was maybe described as like an office area. There was a desk and just a couple sitting chairs. That was to the left as you went in. To the right was the bed, and there was a walk-in closet. And right before the walk-in closet, there was a door to the left, which was a bathroom.
Did you make any observations of the bed?
The bed was made. There was a couple female clothing items that were on the bed.
Did you make any observations of the closet?
The closet was full of clothing, shoes, sunglasses, handbags, miscellaneous things.
Did you make any observations of men's clothing in the closet?
Yes, there was some men's clothing.
And what about the bathroom? Can you describe the bathroom?
Like the rest of the house, it was neat and tidy. There were personal items such as hair products and toothbrushes and soaps and things like that.
Was there another floor?
Yes, there was a third floor.
And how did you get to that floor?
We ascended up the stairs.
And what was on the third floor?
The third floor consisted of another restroom, another bathroom, and there were 3 smaller bedrooms.
And what observations did you make of the 3 smaller bedrooms?
They appeared to be rooms for children. All contained kids' furniture, all very nicely kept and neat. There were various toys and clothing that would tell us that it belonged to the children.
And how were the beds in those rooms?
They were made.
And what size were those beds, if you remember?
I don't recall.
Okay. What was the general condition of the home?
Again, very neat and tidy, well organized.
And in general, did you find any paperwork or anything in the home?
We did.
And where was that generally found?
Mostly in the kitchen.
And did you find Anna Walsh in the home?
No, we did not.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
You've used the word neat many times,
Correct.
because that's the way the townhouse is.
Yes.
It was well organized.
Correct.
So you said that you found paperwork.
Yes, sir.
You used the word primarily.
So what was the question? Oh, primarily in the kitchen. Yes.
Where in the kitchen?
I don't remember exactly. I believe it was there was a countertop with some shelves underneath it. I believe that's where it was found.
Okay. Did you you mentioned what I thought I heard you say? You mentioned something like a study or a desk or something in one of the in the
Yes, in the primary bedroom there was a desk.
And did you go through the drawers looking for other documents?
I don't recall if we did or not.
So when you left, did you take all the documents that you found that you thought were significant?
We took some, yes.
Okay. And how did you know what kind of documents to look for, the significance of them?
Based on the address, personal documents for travel was kind of what we were looking for.
Okay. And you said that you saw some men's clothes?
Yes.
And they were in the closet?
Yes.
There were no other men's clothes anywhere else that you can recall?
Not that I can recall.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
The witness may step down. Thank
Thank you, Your Honor.
We are moving right along. And I do think this was by design because in the early parts of trials, you have a lot of sort of foundational witnesses. And the state did say that they were going to go out of their way to try to have additional witnesses ready to go. So if they'd had a very short cross, you know, they would have enough witnesses to fill out the day. So it does seem like they were kind of aware that these might be not as dense witnesses, at least for this particular period.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Your Honor, before we call, could we approach?
Sure.
Sidebar, sidebar, sidebar. Oh, good Lord, why is Father Christmas here?
Step up, watch your step. All the way in. On the front.
Just when I think that this day can get no weirder, and I am fully cognizant of the fact that I am dressed up as a prostitute poultry, member, I do understand that, as far as absurd, I can throw no stones. I live in a fully glass mansion. But what in the actual Matrix is broken is this trial? Saint Nick has to be making all the toys for all the children.
Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
JKD Buck, I'm going to need you to make a screenshot of this. Give me 2 seconds and then I will be responsible and adult. What in the Gringotts is going on here?
Good afternoon.
Sir, I'm going to ask if you pull that microphone closer to you because it's going to amplify your voice.
You're a wizard, Harry. God damn. Going straight to all the way to hell.
Everyone will be able to hear you. Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Peter Capozzoli, Capozzoli.
And, sir, by the way, that is perfect as far as the volume. Are you familiar with Cohasset Imports?
Yes.
What is Cohasset Imports?
It's a used car dealership, sales and service.
And how are you familiar with it?
I'm the owner.
Ms. Gilman, could we have what was entered in today as
This man sells used cars. You know what? The universe sometimes is just too perfect.
Exhibit 84? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Sir, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 84. Do you see at the bottom where it says Cohasset Imports?
Yes.
Now, sir, where is your home in relation to Cohasset Imports?
To the right up the driveway?
And, sir, are you familiar with 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes.
How are you familiar with it?
I own it.
And how long have you owned it?
Since September 2019.
And do you see 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in relation to this photograph that has Cohasset Imports on it?
Yes, I do.
And can you point it out for us, sir?
Right there?
In the middle, sir?
Right here?
Yeah. I can't see where your finger is.
In the middle, yes.
All right. Thank you, sir. Now, sir, is that your primary residence, 516?
No.
What do you do with that property?
I rent it.
And so, sir, are you familiar with the Walsh family?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with the Walsh family?
They were the last tenants that we rented to.
And now, when did you begin renting to the Walsh family?
I believe it was March of 22.
And what was the initial terms of the lease?
The first 6 months, I took less per month, I believe $4,800 a month to have them pay up front.
Yes, sir.
That was something they wanted.
Holy giblets, $4,800 a month? Shnikes.
Okay. And so, how many months was the lease for?
The first one was 6 months.
And did you ever have to have another lease with them?
Yes.
And when was that?
So we extended it for the full $5,000 per month for another 6 months, I believe.
Now, during the course of the Walsh family at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, how many times did you have the opportunity to see Anna Walsh?
3 or 4 times.
And how many times would you have the opportunities to see Brian Walsh?
He brought the check every month, so I would see him each month once and then maybe another 5 or 6 times in between that.
Now, sir, do you see Mr. Walsh here today?
Yes.
Could you identify him with some article of clothing he may be wearing?
A tie with a black jacket.
Your Honor, if the record may reflect that the witnesses identify the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Sir, as far as any kind of fixes to the property or anything like that, who would perform repairs to the property?
I did.
How often did you have to do that?
Just 3 or 4 times.
What type of things would you have to fix?
The first time was a dripping faucet. I went in, figured the problem, went back, ordered some parts, got the parts, came back and fixed it.
And besides a leaky faucet, anything else that you had to fix?
One time there was a loose hinge on a hutch in the kitchen, and I came in on a Sunday morning and worked on that and corrected that.
Was anyone home?
No, if he is the owner of the house, he is the man we need to ask about that leopard carpet on the stairs and in one of the kids' rooms. Because, I mean, let's forget the trial for a second. I want to know if that was his choice and why he didn't go with zebra.
When you fixed the hitch?
Yes.
Who was home?
Anna was home and the 3 boys.
Now, besides making those 2 repairs, any other significant repairs to the home?
Yes, one other one. In the middle of July, the AC stopped working. So I went over at night, looked at it for a few hours, checked everything I could, knew what I had, knew what I didn't have. So then I had an electrician come in the morning. He showed up, I think, at 8 o'clock. And after 5 minutes, he said, "Where's the shutoff switch for the heater AC unit?" I said, "I didn't know. It was upstairs." So it was upstairs in the entryway coming in the side door, and the switch had been flipped off. That's why the AC didn't work.
All right, so pretty basic fixes.
Yes.
Now, sir, as far as the basement of the house, when you rented it, what was in the basement?
Just a few small things and a dehumidifier, maybe a small table, and 2 refrigerators that were not hooked up.
Now, and Ms. Gilman, if you could just take down that exhibit, thank you. In late December of 2022, what did you do as far as going away on a vacation?
I went to the Caribbean over New Year's.
And during that time, did you ever receive any calls from Mr. Brian Walsh?
Yes.
When?
I believe it was Thursday of the week that I was there, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere in the late afternoon time frame.
And can you tell us about the conversation? What was the conversation you had with Mr. Walsh in this phone call?
Yes. So he had asked me if I had security on my building, and I said, no, not at this time. We were still in the building process. And so I said, why? And he said, well, my wife is missing. She took an Uber this morning, or was supposed to take an Uber this morning to go to D.C. for work. And we haven't found her, and she didn't show up in D.C.
Did he tell you what time she left?
I think in the 4 to 5 range in the morning.
Now, and you said that your building was under construction. What building was being worked on?
Cohasset Imports.
And did you tell him about any other places that might have cameras?
Yes. So next door north of me, there's a home, and I thought he might have security. So I mentioned the name and said you could check with him.
Now, sir, on the lease you had with the Walsh family, are you familiar with that lease?
Yes.
One moment. Your Honor, if I may approach?
You may.
Mr. Capizoli, I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize it?
Yes, that's the lease.
And, Your Honor, I seek to have this marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
I think the next one is 96. At least for 516 Chief Justice Highway is in evidence as Exhibit 96.
Directing your attention to page 4 under tenant. Can you state who the tenant is of the lease and the address affixed to that?
Yes, Diana Walsh, and the address is 330 Paradise Road, apartment 1320 in Swampscott, Mass.
And, counsel, Your Honor, approach one more time.
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Capizoli, I'm handing you a photograph. Sir, do you recognize the room of the photograph taken?
Yes.
Do you recognize the person in that photograph?
Well, I think it's Anna.
Okay. And the room, is it a fair and accurate depiction of the room that you recognize?
Yes.
And what room is it that you recognize?
It's the living room or den. Yep.
The Commonwealth will seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection? Photo is now in evidence as Exhibit 97.
Your Honor, if the Commonwealth may publish briefly.
Yes?
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can we have still 3?
Now, this is going to be interesting. If you weren't here for the early morning where they were talking about things outside of the presence of the jury, this judge showed really good kind of clear control of the courtroom and discernment. There is a picture that the state wants to use because one of the bags of evidence that they removed from the home was a rug that was all chopped up. And I do believe it had DNA evidence on it. Now, there was, I believe, a video that showed Anna and the children kind of playing on this rug. The state wanted to use that in order to prove that the rug had been in the home and Anna had, been around while the rug was around. Now, the defense stated that having Anna and the kids playing on the rug and a video would be too prejudicial. So the judge then said, okay, let's do a still shot. And she further then had the state edit any sort of recognizable child out of the picture, basically just having enough of the photo be able to be viewed so you can see Anna and the rug together. So I do appreciate this judge making clear orders, and I appreciate both the defense and the state asking clarifying questions. If she gives a recommendation, both the state and the defense have been good about saying, okay, if I were to say this, does that stay within the boundaries of what you're asking? And it has made the court, at least the trial, move faster. So just wanted to catch you up on sort of the drama llama of this morning.
Mr. Capizoli, how do you recognize this as the living room?
So when you walk in the front door, it's the room to the left. It's the only room that had a rug. It's the only room downstairs that has a fireplace.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. And Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
Yes?
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, sir, I neglected to ask you this. When you rented the home to the Walsh family, was it furnished?
Yes, partially furnished, yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross?
Sorry, Judge.
Sorry, this is in my typing mode. Go right ahead.
Okay, hello.
Hello.
You were talking about the property in Cohasset, and one of the rooms we're talking about was the basement.
Yes,
Am I correct that the basement wasn't furnished?
correct.
It wasn't properly heated?
No heat, just for what comes from the boiler, right?
Okay. And there wasn't a washer and dryer down there?
No.
There wasn't a playroom for kids?
No.
There wasn't a rug, it was just a cement floor?
Yes.
And the basement not only had access to the house, but it also would have had access to get outside of the house, like
Ye-
bulkhead?
A walk-through door, a regular door, yes.
Okay. You had also mentioned, I believe, Mr. Connor introduced the lease, and that lease was in Diana Walsh's name?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, that was Mr. Walsh's mother?
Yes.
And the first 6 months of the lease, that was paid in full
Yes.
by Mrs. Walsh, Mrs. Diana Walsh?
Yes.
And was your intention to rent that property in smaller increments, or that's just what came to you with the Walshes that time?
That's what came to me.
Okay. And in speaking to the Walshes, it was your understanding that the reason they were looking for short-term housing was because the family was planning to relocate to Washington, D.C.?
That's correct.
And after the 6 months, they approached to extend the lease, right?
Yes.
And what month was that, do you remember?
August or September, something in that.
2022?
Yes.
Okay. And when they first came to you to extend the lease, they only wanted to extend it for 3 months.
Yes.
And that was because their trip to DC was impending, was coming up.
Yes.
Okay. And your understanding was that when Mr. and Mrs. Walsh and their 3 young children went to DC, that Diana Walsh might move in and take over.
Yes.
And it sounds like you didn't want to do such a short lease, so you agreed to do 6 months.
Yes.
And during those 6 months, you mentioned that Mr. Walsh would bring you the rent check, right?
Yes.
But the rent was being still paid by Diana Walsh, his mother.
Correct. Yes.
And that was $5,000 a month?
Yes.
Okay. You had mentioned that you had done a couple repairs to the property as a landlord?
Yes.
And one of the things that you mentioned is there was a leaky faucet.
Yes.
And something like a leaky faucet, is that something that the Walshes would be financially responsible to fix?
No.
Because that's just normal wear and tear of the home.
Yes.
And I think the second thing you said was there a hinge on a hutch that was loose?
Yes.
And that was something that you could just go over with a screwdriver?
I had to replace the hinge.
Okay.
Mhm.
And is that something that was normal wear and tear, or did the Walshes damage that and they would have to pay for it?
Probably wear and tear, but it could have opened too far and broke the hinge. Not sure.
Okay.
Yep.
In the lease, or your understanding, would there be some damage that the Walshes could have done to the home that they would have to be financially responsible for?
Yes.
So, for example, if a large hole in the ceiling happened during their tenancy, you wouldn't run over there and get up on a ladder and drywall the ceiling and fix a hole yourself.
No, I wouldn't.
And that would be something that isn't regular wear and tear, right?
I would say that's not regular wear and tear. No.
Okay. So that would be something that the Walshes would be responsible for paying for and covering.
Sure. If they actually did it, if it wasn't something that the house had control over, yes.
Okay. And you had mentioned that other than the rent check, that you would see Mr. Walsh, when you say 5 or 6 times, do you mean 5 or 6 times a month, or do you mean 5 or 6 times over the course of the lease?
Over the course of the lease, yep.
And would you ever see him with any of his 3 little boys?
No, not outside the house, no.
Okay. And you said you saw Anna Walsh on a couple of occasions?
Yes.
And that was with Mr. Walsh or by herself and the boys?
By herself.
Okay. Nothing further, Your
With the
Honor.
boys, I'm sorry. By herself
Okay.
with the boys.
By
Yeah.
herself with the boys. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And the Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth will call Mark Salvaggi.
Right this way, sir. Watch your slip for me. Step all the way in. There you go.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure, it's Mark Salvaggi. It's Selvaggi.
And sir, what do you do for a living?
I sell life insurance.
And are you affiliated with any life insurance company?
Yes.
Which one?
New York Life.
How long have you been selling life insurance?
A little over 10 years.
And in that 10 years, have you always been affiliated with New York Life?
Yes.
Now, sir, who is Nancy McLoone?
She's a colleague of mine.
And what is her responsibilities within your office?
She fills out our applications, does our underwriting requirements, traffics the cases through underwriting.
And where is your office located?
1050 Hingham Street, Rockland, Mass.
And besides Ms. McLoone, who else is in the office?
half a dozen other agents.
Okay. And what are your responsibilities in the office?
Speak with clients, talk to them about life insurance, protection.
So there's some clients I'd like to ask you about are Brian and Anna Walsh.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with Anna Walsh?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with Anna Walsh?
I was introduced to her through Brian.
Okay. And how did you become familiar with Brian Walsh?
Brian came to me as a client that was a lead that was solicited, and I reached out to him. It was a local address, and asked him, he was looking for life insurance.
When did this occur?
I believe in July of 2021.
And when did you get introduced to Anna Walsh?
I don't remember specifically. It was during COVID, so it might have been happenstance during a Zoom conversation.
Okay. And were you ever able to sell Anna Walsh any insurance policies?
Yes.
What did you sell her for insurance policies?
I sold her 2 life insurance policies. I sold.
Okay. So let's talk about the 2 life insurance policies. Sir, what were you able to sell her as far as life insurance policies?
I was able to sell her a term policy and a whole life policy.
Okay. What is a term life insurance policy?
Term life insurance is a type of life insurance product that is good for a preset amount of time. It was approximately a 20-year term product that was for $1 million.
And now that was for $1 million. What was the other policy?
I sold her a whole life policy that was for $250,000.
Can you tell us what is the difference between a whole life policy and a term policy?
Sure. A term policy is renting a block of insurance for a pre-agreed upon amount of time. It could be anywhere from a year to as long as 30 years. And if you don't pass away during that duration, the insurance company, the contract ends, the insurance company doesn't pay anything out. A whole life policy, kind of like the name implies, lasts your whole life. And unfortunately, all of us someday will pass, and whole life policies pay out 100% of the time. They cost more. They can be paid up during your working years and have it last the rest of your life. But you also have the opportunity to access all the cash value that the policy accumulates and can use it as a deferred savings vehicle.
And Your Honor, at this point in time, I would like to offer 2 policies and the attachments that were included with them from New York Life in the names of Anna Walsh. They are manila folders. They are policies ending in 8840 and 5836.
No objection, Your Honor.
The New York Life policy ending in 8840 is now marked in evidence as 98. And the policy, New York Life policy ending 5836 is now in evidence as Exhibit 99.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with Exhibits 98 and 99?
You may.
Thank you. We'll put them on together. Excellent, sir. All right, showing you Exhibit 98. At the top of the first document, can you tell us what it says?
Sure.
What is that?
This is a term policy. This is a policy brief for Anna.
Okay. And does it have, for Anna, does it list the amount of the term policy?
Sure. It lists the face amount of $1 million.
And on the 4th page, does it list who the beneficiaries of that policy?
It does.
That was an odd noise to make.
Yes, it does.
Who is the beneficiary of that policy?
Brian Walsh.
Now, when was that policy purchased? Or better question is, when did it go into effect?
Sure. The policy date is May 17th, 2021.
And the next document that's within that folder, can you tell us what this document is with the binder clip attached?
This is the application.
And so, application, what is that?
This is what is required to secure a life insurance policy.
And so, with the secure life insurance policy, do you have to do anything as far as your medical information?
Sure.
Can you tell us what it is?
Sure. So you'd fill out a application, which really gives the insurance company permission to do their due diligence on you and your health.
And so there's actually a release in there for them to get your medical records, is that correct?
So there's a HIPAA authorization.
Now, sir, I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit 99 and ask you to take a look at that and open it up to the first document.
Okay.
And what is that, sir?
This is a policy brief of the whole life policy for $250,000 on Anna Walsh.
And for Anna Walsh, when did this policy go into effect?
The policy date is June 28th, 2021.
And, sir, regarding that policy, does that also list who the beneficiary is?
Yes, it does.
And could you tell us who the beneficiary is?
I can. It's Brian Walsh.
Now, sir, in addition to that first document you referenced, is there also a similar document within the file with a binder clip for those records?
Yes,
And what is that document, sir?
this is a life application.
And so is that just like the application you just told us about for the other policy?
Yes, it is.
And with that application, is there also a release of documents to New York Life from medical providers?
Yes, there is.
Now, was there any difficulty in obtaining Anna Walsh life insurance?
No.
And Your Honor, may we approach about one small issue?
Sure.
Thanks.
I will say again, if you are just joining us fairly recently, this is the first day that it looks like Brian Walsh is under a lot of pressure. Day one and day two, he was sitting up straight, kind of looking straight ahead, or engaging in taking notes and talking to the redhead attorney. Today's been the first day that we've noticed a lot of, touching our face, kind of hunched over, looking woebegone a bit. Again, I'm not a bodyologist, nor have I taken the sentient mind course from Dr. Really Highballs. So I don't know what's going on in his mind, but I will say that today is the first day that it was noticeable to me. And if it's noticeable to me and I am playing pretend jury, then I think it's going to be noticeable to the jurors. I think it's dawning on Brian that the amount of suspension of disbelief and reasonable doubt is stretched beyond, all strength with this narrative that he and his defense have cooked up that Anna died, of natural causes, and he immediately assumed he was going to be blamed for her passing away in her sleep, and decided to, first of all, lie and say she got on an Uber, but then also to dismember her. It's just because it's cold, and it's winter, so I do have the heat up high in my room, so it could always be worse. And
I'm going to send you out of the courtroom for a little bit. I need to do something outside of your hearing. It may turn out that you go straight through to lunch, and then I may have you come back before the 2 o'clock hour. That's going to depend on whether you have food or not. We'll see. So just hold tight, Judy. You can go back to the jury room right now.
All rise for the court, please. Yes. Yeah, all that. Thanks.
We mix it. 1 second. Yes.
Thank you. So, Mr. Salvage, I just gave you a document. I'm going to ask you to tell us what it is.
Personal health history,
And who is it for?
Anna Walsh.
And, sir, how are you familiar with this document?
This is something that my colleague does mostly, fills out on people's health histories. It's part of the application process.
And so, if someone doesn't fill it out, what happens to getting life insurance?
They don't get life insurance.
Once it's filled out, what's done with the document as far as forwarding it to New York Life?
It's electronically submitted to the underwriters for their consideration and for an offer.
Why do you have a personal health history filled out for life insurance?
Because your health is what determines the overall cost of your insurance and also if you're eligible to receive insurance.
And after this document was filled out and forwarded to New York Life, what was determined as far as a policy for Ms. Walsh?
She was approved.
And were there any concerns that New York Life had with her health, proving that?
No, she received a excellent health rating.
And, sir...
How do you know that?
Every policy receives a health rating. Basically, Your Honor, we rate everyone's health on a scale from 1 to 37. 1 is as good as you can be. 37 is as poor as you can be and still be accepted. And she received a number 1 health rating.
And is that in the documents that you're looking at right now?
It's not on this one, no.
Where do you know that from?
It's on the policy itself. It's on the policy brief that was just handed to me a moment ago.
Okay. Sorry for the interruption.
Sir, in addition to filling out that document, are there any other requirements for follow-up with medical professionals or review of records after a person attempts to buy life insurance through New York Life?
Yes, there's a telephone interview component where they, on a recorded line with a representative of the company, they ask them a series of questions, lifestyle questions, have you ever questions. It's about a half-hour long telephone interview that is also part of the underwriting process, in addition to a medical requirement where we send out an examiner for a blood and urine sample, vital signs, things of that nature, and then they request a copy of the medical records from the attending physician, called an attending physician statement.
To your knowledge, was that done in this case?
I'm sorry?
To your knowledge, was that done in this case?
Yes, it was.
And sir, that document, is it signed?
This is voice signed by Anna Walsh, yes.
And so what does it mean to be voice signed?
It means at the conclusion of the interview that she conducted over the telephone, she consented to an electronic signature.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Ross?
Thank you.
I'm going to take this to counsel.
Sharing. So this form that you were just looking at, do I understand that Anna Walsh supposedly filled this out herself?
I believe it was done through a telephone interview. I wasn't part of that.
Okay, so when you say a telephone interview, you mean someone interviewed purportedly Anna Walsh about these questions?
Yes.
So it wasn't a doctor that was reporting this information to you?
No.
And I think you had just said that if you don't go through this process, you can't get life insurance, right?
Correct.
Okay, so this information on this form came from reportedly Anna Walsh over the phone?
Yes.
Okay. And these records don't have any attachment from a medical doctor signing off that she was in, as you say, great health in March of 2021?
It doesn't have any medical records attached to it.
So no medical corroboration to the assertions made purportedly by Anna Walsh in March of 2021?
Correct.
Your Honor, I have nothing further.
So you said earlier that, they give a blood and urine sample, somebody comes to the house, and then you also said that something about they have to sign a release for their medical records?
Yes,
And can you tell, based on the documentation, if that was done in this case?
it was.
And then, once you have that release, what happens? How do you access the medical records?
The company does it through a third-party vendor, and they receive a copy of the attending physician statement. We call it an APS.
And where does that go?
Yeah, so there actually is medical corroboration because they got the medical records released, and the doctor will have to attest that everything in the medical records is, 100% honest. So yes, there is medical corroboration.
It goes to the underwriter.
And is that records that you have?
I don't.
I don't mean, do you have them with you now? I mean, do you keep those records?
We're never privileged to that information, Your
It
Honor.
all goes to the underwriter?
Correct.
Different entity than you?
Correct.
And you mentioned earlier in your direct that there's a woman that works with you. I got the phonetic as Nancy McGloom.
Yes.
Might be about 75% correct. Is she the person that you said you didn't do this over the phone with Anna Walsh, but that somebody else did?
She's not the person, no, Your Honor.
Is there another person in your office that does that?
No, it's direct from the underwriter, from the home office of New York Life. There's to make sure it's sort of the best information it could be, they do it themselves.
Right. Anything else anybody wants in on after I've asked these additional
Your Honor.
questions? All right, so I'm not going to allow it in right now
Yes,
on this record. If it becomes relevant on a rebuttal case, depending on what the defense, if the defense puts on a case and what they do, in order to get this in, you're going to need to, well, you probably honestly would be asking to get in something else, which is like her medical records through a doctor and not through this way. But I'm not going to let it in right now.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, all right, bring it back out. Keep working.
Oh, I like this judge. She's like, we're going to keep working.
Session, you may be seated.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. The witness with exhibits 99 and 98. Sir, is there a medical rating that's assigned to a person who buys life insurance from New York Life?
Yes.
How is that determined?
It's a culmination of the underwriting. So your health rating is determined based on your gender. Oh, your health rating is not determined on your gender. That's an incorrect statement. It's determined on your health and the way they evaluate your health.
And so how does New York Life evaluate someone's health when they're buying life insurance?
They use an underwriting scale, everything from your BMI, your body mass index, height, weight, blood pressure, medication you're on, high-risk activities that you might participate in, your job sometimes can even factor into your health rating.
How does New York Life find out this information?
Through underwriting, through the telephone interview, through a copy of your medical records, and through their recorded telephone interview.
How do they get the medical records of someone purchasing life insurance?
They request them through a HIPAA authorization that's in the application from the person's primary care physician and any other physicians that they're under the care of.
And is there a scale in which someone can be rated by New York Life for their health rating?
Yes.
What is the scale?
It starts out, the best rating you can receive is called select preferred, and then it goes preferred, and then it goes preferred 2, then it goes non-smoker, then it goes non-smoker, table 1 through 13, then it goes to standard or select standard, which is usually a healthy smoker. And then there's standard, which is a smoker, and then there's standard, table 1 through 13. And all of those, if you think of it like a ladder, like 1 through 37, every single rung represents a higher risk class, and it subsequently changes the cost of your insurance.
So the healthier you are, the less you have to pay for insurance?
Yes.
And what was Anna Walsh's rating on those policies for the health rating for New York Life?
Select preferred.
And what number would that be?
That's the highest level you can receive.
So she was the healthiest?
Correct.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Oh, in addition, sir, when collecting information, does New York Life, through its underwriting process, get any samples from someone who's applying for life insurance?
Yes.
What do they get?
They'll send a professional, I forget what it's called, paraprofessional, something like that, to do a blood draw, urine sample, and vitals, height, weight, blood pressure.
Does New York Life give life insurance if that's not performed?
Yes.
Was it done in this case?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Hey, recross.
I think it's just cross.
Oh, sorry.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
You were just talking about the health rating. I just want to talk to you a little bit about that, okay? So the health rating, that's a New York Life health rating.
Yes.
And so is that like someone in risk assessment and underwriting determines this scale that you just talked about?
Yes.
So it's not a medical professional or a doctor reviewing this information and giving this arbitrary number to someone who's applying for insurance?
I don't know who that person is, so I can't tell you.
You had mentioned that when Ms. Walsh applied for life insurance, part of it is this health assessment, right?
Yes,
And this was in March of 2021?
I believe so.
Do you need to look at the record? Would that help?
Probably.
I think they're right in front of you.
Okay.
Take your time.
Looks to be February 2nd, 2021.
Okay. After February, you said 2nd of 2021, you didn't have any follow-up records, interviews with Anna Walsh about her health.
No.
You had mentioned that someone goes and draws blood and does a urine test.
Yes.
What does the blood test, what does that look for? What does it test for?
I don't fully understand, but the things that it does push out that are common are as if there's evidence of nicotine, if they're smoking or using nicotine. It'll show if cholesterol levels is usually the types of things they're looking for. They're looking for abnormalities. I don't really quite frankly understand what they're looking for.
And then you said a urine test. What are they looking for in the urine test? Is that drugs and alcohol, illegal drugs, I'm assuming, and alcohol?
Nicotine.
And nicotine, okay. Is there any type of analysis of the person's pulmonary system, their lungs and their heart capacity?
I don't know.
You don't know. Is there any type of evaluation of their neurological system?
I don't know.
And the February 2021 date that you're talking about, I think you said that part of this health assessment, this number you give, is based off an interview with the person?
Part of the underwriting is a telephone interview, yes.
Okay, a telephone interview with the person trying to get insurance.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you already said it, but you can't get life insurance if you don't go through this process.
Correct.
Okay. And I think you had also said that the healthier you are, the cheaper your premiums can be, or the cheaper you have to pay, which makes sense.
Yes.
Okay. So it's beneficial to someone when they're applying for life insurance to hopefully be at least reporting or be in the best shape physically, and I guess physically, that's the way to say it maybe.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you said that you asked them about if they engage in any high-risk activities, right?
That's part of the telephone interview. I don't ask that, but the company does, yes. Yes.
Okay. So I'm assuming the reason you asked if there's any high-risk activity is to see if they live a lifestyle where they're maybe more likely than someone else to get injured or killed.
Correct.
So bungee jumping.
Bingo.
Is a no for me. It's just, okay. So the only way that you might find out if someone is engaging in high-risk behavior is if they told the underwriter on this telephone interview.
That's one of the ways, yes.
So if someone did engage in arguably high-risk or dangerous behavior and they didn't report it to you, you wouldn't know.
Correct.
Okay. You had mentioned that Anna Walshe had 2 different policies.
Yes, but I'm almost sure that they also screen for illicit substances. Again, they are going to realize that it is high risk to engage in not street legal pharmaceutical intake and other things. So I don't know where we're going with this. I mean, I know that the defense is going to attempt to explain that she died of adult SIDS. Again, I wish there was a closer analogy, but that really is the most functional medical analogy to what the defense is trying to sell us. That, there's an unexpected death and there is no medical reason for that, which does occur, which is not outside of the realm of possibility. What is outside the realm of possibility is that you come across a loved one and your first option is dismemberment.
One was a term and one was a whole?
Yes.
Okay. Now, am I correct that it's common for young married couples or people with children to come and get life insurance?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to ask you just to lean into that microphone a little bit. I'm having a hard time. I'm not sure. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So, and when married couples come to get life insurance, is it more common that the other spouse is the one that's the beneficiary?
Very common.
Okay. So if the husband gets it, it's the wife. If the wife gets it, it's the husband.
Yes.
Okay. And if they have minor children, is it still that the spouse is the beneficiary because they're going to be using that money for the care and protection of the children?
Yes.
Okay. Your company, New York Life, you guys also do financial planning and retirement planning? Like that's kind of the whole company? Okay. And so is life insurance, and we'll talk about the difference between whole and terms, life insurance is a type of financial planning and thinking about retirement in the future, right?
Yes.
And so it's something, again, families, married couples, it's common that they come to you for this.
Yes.
Okay. Now, a term life insurance policy, that's something where you pay monthly, and if you die, the benefits get paid out.
Yes.
Okay. But is there a way that you can have a term life insurance policy and that can get converted into another type of policy where you can take loans off it or it can grow a cash value?
Yes.
Okay. And so even a term can start at something that isn't worth anything unless someone dies, and you can turn it into some type of investment or access to finances.
Yes.
Okay. Now, a whole term or a whole policy, that's a little bit different, right?
Yes.
And so I am definitely going to fumble this because numbers is just not my thing, but this is where you can have a whole life insurance policy and you can borrow off of it.
Correct.
So if I have a whole life insurance policy and something unexpected happens or an expense comes up, I can actually borrow off this policy.
Yes.
And am I also correct that if you do borrow off this policy, there's a tax advantage or a tax break? It's like a 401k tax you pay? You explain it to me.
You can borrow the cash value without paying tax on the accumulation value.
And in the whole policy that Anna Walshe had, who would be eligible to take a loan off that policy?
The owner of the policy, who was Anna.
So even Mr. Walsh, who's her husband, he couldn't sign and take a loan off that whole policy without her?
Correct.
Okay. Considering that these policies have some financial value to them, does divorce ever play a role in policies and paying out on a life insurance policy, a whole policy? Is divorce something that clients have ever asked you about? That's probably a better question.
Is divorce, I don't understand the question. Okay, sure.
So if a whole policy has cash value and people are married, if people are going to get divorced, is there ever a question in any of your clients' minds, well, hey, I've been paying off Bill's policy for 8 years. I should have some of that.
Yes.
Objection.
Set the foundation.
So you had told us that some of these life insurance policies are an asset. It's a way to build cash, build for retirement, and you can access money from, right?
Yes.
And if someone, and you might see a whole policy where 2 people are married.
Yes.
Okay, so if one spouse has a whole policy, you told us that they're the only one that can actually sign the paperwork to get assets off of it, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, and on a whole policy, I'm assuming you have to pay a premium every month.
Yes.
And so, have you ever had to talk to a client or a prospective client about how divorce could affect who owns access to that policy, or is it a non-issue?
Objection.
You can answer. Have you ever discussed it with another client, any client?
Yes.
You had mentioned that Anna had a policy. My understanding is, I think you said that you got to Brian Walsh off a lead off the internet?
Yes.
So that means he was looking for insurance, and does he pop in something and you see it and you give it a call?
Yes.
Okay. And am I correct that when Mr. Walsh initially contacted you, he wanted the insurance?
Objection.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Yeah, I mean, according to this gentleman's testimony, Brian was sort of the cold lead, and then Brian introduced Anna to him, and then I believe they also took out whole life insurance policies on their children, but I'm not sure if it's from New York Life.
Sorry. So initially, when you followed up on this lead, Mr. Walsh had applied for health insurance through you.
Insurance.
Excuse me, life insurance. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And he was rejected. And he was rejected because he had a felony conviction from his federal court case.
No.
Why was he rejected?
He had a pending case.
Apologies. So it was because he had a pending federal case.
Correct.
Okay. And you didn't just stop at that one application. Am I correct that you applied to several other policies or companies to try to get him life insurance?
Yes.
Right. And I think at one point, did you even reach out to other colleagues for help and how to get him life insurance?
Yes.
And it's at that point where he was consistently being rejected in 2021 that it was an afterthought like, hey, we're going to go with Anna and get her insurance.
Objection.
Sustained.
During the time that Mr. Walsh was applying for life insurance, during that time frame, Anna Walsh never applied for life insurance.
I'm not sure.
Well, what do you mean you're not sure? She didn't apply with it through you.
Well, yeah, but he wouldn't, I don't believe he has access to whether she has applied anywhere else.
She applied, I don't know when the one search for Brian's life insurance ended and where hers began. I don't know if the two overlapped.
Okay. But her, as you say, her search for life insurance was an afterthought when you were working with this
Objection.
family.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I be seen at sidebar?
Yes, you may.
Yeah, it's the characterization of the language, the throwaway. Again, she is using afterthought to indicate that Brian in no way wanted access to this money. This was, in fact, precipitated not by any premeditated, if my wife happens to shuffle off this mortal coil, I get money, but because, doggone it, Phil victimized for Brian because he couldn't get life insurance because he tried to sell a fake or a stolen Andy Warhol. I believe you can. I just don't know how this particular gentleman with New York Life would have access to, say, Fidelity Mutual life insurance policies that Anna might have taken out, or State Farm life insurance. I'm just not sure if he's able to cross-check with other companies. So Anna could have been looking at insurance from other companies, and he wouldn't be aware.
So you're a life insurance salesperson?
Yeah.
Okay. So then your job is you meet with clients and families and try to sell them insurance that they need and want?
Yes.
Okay. And it's not uncommon, or probably more common, that you work with couples, married couples, people with children, right?
Yes.
And so these life insurance policies, they're for the benefit of the family as a whole.
Yes.
Okay. So in this situation, you had told us that Mr. Walsh numerous times applied for life insurance policies and was consistently denied because of his pending federal case, correct?
Yes.
And you're working with the family at this time.
Yes.
And I'm assuming that when you were going through this with Mr. Walsh, actually, he even referred you to other friends and colleagues of his.
Yes.
Objection.
I think it's time to go to lunch.
So close.
You were so close.
Have a nice lunch, sir.
All right, please. Here's those notebooks. Follow me.
I do like this judge. I like a judge. Look, I like judges like I like moms. And if you are a veteran mom, a mom that is able to put out firm boundaries, be kind, be, respectful, not be a total, C word, but maintain firm boundaries and, and keep things moving along. I appreciate that. Yeah. And the defense was really trying to push, I think, there are definitely things they want and need to get in order to bolster their
Anybody need anything?
fakakta story.
No, Your Honor.
Have a nice lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Now, I will say, the only time I have noticed Brian light up today is when he is interacting with his female attorney. I don't know if, again, he is able to turn on his charm and he thinks that something good is going on. But I have noticed that the only times I've seen him sort of act any way animated or smile is when he's interacting with her. If I'm a jury member, it's good that he seems to only do it outside the member or the viewing of the jury, because that does strike me as odd, or it would be something I would note as a juror. And we should be, they should be at least back by now, hopefully. Aha, yes. But yeah, this is, although look at that. So I'm going to go back about 5 seconds, but that's definitely not a smile. There's a lot more of this. That's not a smile. That's like when someone tells you, okay, this is what Mr. Mo gets a lot of the times when he asks me to smile for pictures and I don't wanna. So he's really, really attempting to show that he's not bothered, but this has been the first time that as an observer, he's rattled. That's not the smile he had on the first day. Now, having not paid attention to the pre-trials or anything like that, or I wanted to be really objective and kind of come into this case like a juror. So I am not sure if this is either Brian's mother or Anna's mother. I believe it's probably Anna's mother, but I do not want to, misrepresent who this is.
Thank you.
Go back to session. You may be seated.
Do you understand, sir, you're still under oath?
Hello.
So before the break, I was talking to you again about how you sell policies to individuals and families.
Is the defense just allergic to being in front of a mic? Is it a phobia? Is it like, something that maybe radical exposure therapy would help with? Because I'm willing to send them to like a camp where they learn how to use microphones.
When it comes to life insurance.
Yes.
So when when you're selling to a young married couple, both parties might have life insurance policies,
Yes.
and each of them would be the other one's beneficiary.
Yes.
And when people have kids, then that's another consideration because they want to make sure if something happens to one parent, the other parent and the children are okay.
Yes.
So in your role as a life insurance agent, would you categorize life insurance policies as something that's an investment for the whole family?
Sometimes.
Okay. And in this particular case, am I correct that all 3 children had whole life insurance policies as well?
Yes.
And Anna Walsh was the beneficiary of those?
Yes.
So she would have been the only one who could have taken out a loan against any of those policies?
Yes.
Okay. I was asking you before about how Mr. Walsh had been denied several times for health insurance.
Life insurance.
Life insurance.
Yes. Yeah. It's okay. Yes.
Sorry. So you had mentioned that Brian Walsh had, I guess, requested life insurance online and you picked it up as a lead and you reached out to him.
Yes.
And you began applying for life insurance policies for him.
Yes.
When you began applying for life insurance policies for Brian Walsh, Anna Walsh did not apply for any life insurance policies.
Correct.
At some point, Anna Walsh did apply for a life insurance policy, and that was after Mr. Walsh consistently was denied because of his open federal case.
Correct.
How did it come about that Anna Walsh would apply for life insurance?
I don't remember the conversation.
Okay.
It probably was my recommendation.
So it was probably your recommendation that Anna apply because Mr. Walsh was getting denied.
Correct.
Okay. Is it customary, once you sell a policy, I don't know if that's the right term, that you might stay in touch with your clients if they ever have questions in the future about their policies or payouts or any beneficiary questions?
Yes.
So people can email you or call you and say, hey, I have a question about this policy, right?
Yes.
After Anna Walsh and the children were insured in February of 2021, at no point did Mr. Walsh ever email or call you and say, hey, how do I... I'm just being a lady. Okay.
No, I apologize.
At no point did Mr. Walsh ever contact you to ask you about getting paid out on any of Anna Walsh's life insurance policies?
Correct.
Overruled. We can answer that question.
And at no point did Mr. Walsh ever contact you and ask you about taking out any loans or how to take out loans on any of the children's life insurance policies or Anna Walsh's life insurance policies?
Objection.
Overruled.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor. Commonwealth's content.
The witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And the Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth would call Davis Gould.
We are moving right along. Now, there's another thing that I really have started to question, again, not having looked at either his federal case or anything else related, so I can kind of go in with only the information that the jury gets. But all indications are that Brian didn't seem to be contributing money. It seems to have come from his mother, at least as far as paying for the house, the rent. So I do have questions as to whether they will be getting into more of Brian's finances. At least the state will be looking at that as a possible motive. I know the state doesn't have to bring in a motive, and we already have that Anna was carrying on an extramarital affair, but it does, by indication of the one account that was overdrafted, I think somewhere close to $850, it does seem to be indicative of at least some sort of cash flow problem for someone within the marriage.
Oh, sorry. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name?
My name is Davis Gould. First name is spelled D-A-V-I-S.
Where do you work, sir?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in the Criminalistics and Crime Scene Response Unit.
All right, sir. Lean right into that microphone, loud, clear voice. Thank you.
Sir, what is your role at the State Police Crime Lab?
I'm currently a forensic scientist 2, assigned to the Criminalistics Unit, where I perform lab work for biological analysis on evidence submitted to the laboratory. And I'm a forensic scientist 2 in the Crime Scene Response Unit, and I respond to crime scenes when called upon to assist with investigations.
How long have you been with the Crime Lab?
I've been with the Crime Laboratory for a little over 10 years.
And can you give us your educational background?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Science degree from West Virginia University with a major of Forensic and Investigative Science and a minor in Biology.
And can you detail your history with the crime lab for us?
I first started working at the crime laboratory in 2015 with the CODIS Collection and Investigative Unit. I was a lab technician. I was at that position for approximately a year and a half until a position opened up in the criminalistics unit where I joined as a forensic scientist 1. There was about a 1-year-long training period where I went through various modules of training, and upon that completion, I was then promoted to forensic scientist 2, which is when I began working on cases.
And you said a CODIS unit. What is that, sir?
The CODIS unit is a unit at the State Police Crime Laboratory responsible for collecting DNA standards from individuals who are required by Massachusetts general law to supply standards to the state database.
Now, sir, you've said about, I think you kind of briefly told us that you work for 2 units and the difference, but if you could just help us figure this out. What's the difference between the criminalistics unit and the crime scene response unit?
Sure. So the criminalistics unit exclusively works in the laboratory. We get cases assigned to us by supervisors, and we then perform the necessary biological analysis on those cases based on the information provided to us. The crime scene response unit, everyone in the criminalistics unit is also in the crime scene response unit. That unit performs the same biological analysis and trace collections as well. However, we respond to the physical crime scenes when called upon to collect evidence, to perform testing, and then write reports.
Are you familiar with competency tests?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell us what competency tests are?
Competency test is a final test that is conducted at the end of training. In the criminalistics unit, I went through a training period where there were separate modules where each module is a particular discipline of forensic science. So blood testing, other bodily fluids, trace analysis, etc. And then upon completing each of those modules, there is a final exam at the end called the competency test, of which I passed prior to working on any cases at the laboratory.
So I think you might answer my question, but you passed your competency test?
Yes, I did.
Now, are you familiar with what's a proficiency test?
I am, yes.
Can you tell us what a proficiency test is opposed to a competency test?
The main difference is that a proficiency test is performed periodically in each discipline. So, for example, each year I take 2 proficiency tests in the biological screening field. I take 1 trace proficiency test as well, and that's administered through an exterior company that will send us a test to perform, and I'll perform the necessary test in that discipline and then write a report on my findings.
And sir, have you ever testified giving your opinion concerning evidence collection or analysis or forensic analysis of evidence?
Yes, I have.
In the crime lab, is it accredited?
Yes, it is.
What does it mean to be an accredited crime lab?
Accreditation is a voluntary process that the laboratory goes through. An outside agency looks at the standards and procedures that we follow, and that, which are guidelines set by the greater scientific community and forensic community. There's a certificate that is given every 5 years that reasserts that we're accredited and adhering to the standards set forth by that agency.
I would like to ask some questions about January 9th, 2023. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
And at about 2:35 that afternoon, where did you report to?
I reported to the Cohasset Police Department at approximately 2:35.
And why were you at the Cohasset Police Department?
I was requested to process a vehicle involved in an incident in Cohasset.
And was anyone else with you to process this vehicle?
Yes, there was.
Who?
I had a trainee with me at the time from the laboratory. He was going through the training period to become a crime scene responder. There were also members of the crime scene services section to take photographs, as well as members of the State Police Detective Unit.
Your Honor, I'm at this point in my examination, as I start questioning Mr. Gould, I'm going to be referring to a series of pre-marked exhibits that are photographs, starting at number 100 going to 128.
When you say they're pre-marked, are they pre-marked and agreed to by the other side?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. So when you offer them, identify what they are so there's a complete record of them. But at this time, they'll be moved into evidence 100 through 128.
Thank you, Your Honor. And, sir, I might have neglected to ask.
Nope.
Did you pass those proficiency tests?
I've passed every proficiency test to date so far.
So, returning your attention back to January 9th, approximately 2:30 p.m. at the Cohasset Police Station in 2023. Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been pre-marked as Exhibit 100, file number 4239, published? Sir, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of the Volvo I examined on January 9th.
And where is it located, sir?
It's located at the Cohasset Police Department inside their garage.
Ms. Gilman, can we now have Exhibit 101, file number 4250? Sir, what is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of the front of the same Volvo that I examined.
Now, how did you conduct an examination of the Volvo that day?
Initially, I did a sketch and diagram as well as take some notes based on the vehicle prior to any analysis. So what it looked like from the exterior before I went inside of it and before I started performing any sort of biological testing. I then gathered information from the investigators on scene that were pertinent to the case so that I could determine what forensic linkages I needed to be looking for, and then proceeded with those biological screening tests at that point.
What was the overall condition of the exterior of the vehicle?
Overall, the exterior was very clean. There was an apparent hair noted in the front passenger exterior door handle.
And what was the overall condition of the interior of the vehicle?
The interior was overall very clean with miscellaneous items throughout most of the vehicle.
Ms. Gilman, can we now have Exhibit 102, which is file number 4275? Sir, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
What did you see in the vehicle as far as child safety seats?
There were two child safety seats, one located in the second row on the passenger side and another seat located in the third row on the driver's side.
Now, sir, what did you observe as far as any staining inside the vehicle?
There were two areas of visible staining that I noted, one being a red-brown stain on the front driver's side visor, and then there was brown stains noted on the front passenger side visor.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 103, which is file number 4283? Sir, directing your attention to the screen, what is it that we're looking at?
This is a photograph of the stain, the red-brown stain on the driver's side visor that I had marked with a ruler and the letter A.
And so you're the person who would put that piece of tape there?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 104, which is file 4286? What is it that we're looking at here, sir?
Similarly, this is a photograph of the brown stains on the front passenger visor that I marked B with the ruler tape.
Now, what did you find as far as gloves on the passenger side of the car?
On the passenger side of the vehicle, on the floor, there were two examination-style gloves. In the front passenger door pocket, there were two additional exam-style gloves in a Ziploc bag. And in the center console, there was 16 exam-style gloves inside of the center console.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 105, which is file number 4279? Sir, did you see this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Can you show us where you found gloves on the passenger side?
Yes, so on the right-hand side of the photograph on the floor, there are the light blue-colored gloves. Those would be the two gloves that I observed on the floor.
And Ms. Gilman, can we now have Exhibit 106, which is file number 4258? Sir, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
And what is this an image of?
This is the open center console between the front driver and passenger seats with 16 examination-style gloves inside of it.
With the Volvo that afternoon, what were you able to do as far as any testing?
The testing I performed on the Volvo was the blood screening test we use at the laboratory. It is a color changing test involving two chemicals. I'll take a clean swab and apply it to any areas that I'm interested in determining if there is potential blood present. It is a screening test, so it does not confirm the presence of blood. Additional testing would be needed, but the color test allows us to visualize stains that we can't see. So I applied this test throughout multiple areas inside the vehicle, looking for blood that was not visible to the naked eye. When it's negative, the swabs don't change any color after I add the chemicals. If it's positive, it will turn a pinkish violet sort of color after the addition of the chemicals. And prior to performing all of those tests, I made sure that my chemicals were working by using a positive and negative control on those chemicals.
And can you tell us what items might trigger a positive that are not human blood?
Yes, so there are vegetables such as cauliflower that have a peroxidase reaction, which is the main reaction in our blood screening test. So that is the main sort of reaction we're looking for. So occasionally those vegetables or legumes such as beans, those are examples of items that can have that positive reaction as well that are not blood.
Now, with this test, were there any areas that tested positive?
Yes, there were.
What areas of the Volvo tested positive?
Of all the areas I examined, there were 5 that tested positive for blood screening. One was the front driver's side seat controls for the front seat. There was an area on the second row passenger floor mat that tested positive. The third row passenger seat was folded down and the back side of that screened positive for the presence of blood. And 2 additional areas on the mat that was in the trunk that was covering the trunk storage space. There was 2 mats, 1 area on each of them screened positive for the presence of blood. And these were areas that I did not observe any visible staining.
And sir, how many areas do you think you tested overall in the Volvo?
Overall, I would estimate approximately 40 to 50. I covered a lot of the contact areas, so steering wheel, door controls, the radio controls, handles, door pulls, the floor mat, the brake pedals, and many areas inside of the vehicle.
And so, did you have the opportunity to take any samples from the car?
Yes, I did.
And so, what did you take as far as samples from the Volvo that day?
From the Volvo, I collected the hair I previously mentioned, or the apparent hair that I mentioned from the exterior front passenger door handle. And then each of those 5 areas that screened positive for the presence of blood, I took samples from each of those individually for further testing back at the laboratory.
So can you walk us through how do you take those samples? Like, how do you package them up? How does that work?
So the samples are collected with a set of swabs. I'll use a drop or 2 of clean water and apply it to the swabs. And then I'll take those swabs and go over those areas that screen positive to collect any sample that might be there. And then I'll put each of those samples into a glassine envelope, which then goes into a coin envelope that I'll transport back to the laboratory to be sealed and then stored properly for a further analysis.
How long do you think it took to examine the Volvo and collect the samples?
I would estimate it took me roughly 3.5 to 4 hours.
And after collecting the swabs, did you go back to the crime lab?
No, I did not.
Where did you go to next?
While I was examining the vehicle, I was requested to respond to 300 Forest Street in Peabody, Massachusetts.
What time do you think you got to 300 Forest Street?
I arrived there approximately 8:15 p.m.
And can you describe what 300 Forest Street in Peabody is?
300 Forest Street is a recycle and trash collection center located just off of Route 1.
And what did you see when you got to 300 Forest Street?
Mainly, there was a large area where trash had been collected from various neighborhoods and areas, and there was a certain section of trash that had been separated from the larger piles that were there.
Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been marked as Exhibit 107, HAS 6556? Sir, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
What is this an image of?
This is the entrance to the recycle and trash collection center, showing the mounds of garbage that are there.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have HAS 6564, what's been previously marked as Exhibit 108? And do you see this image, sir?
Yes, I do.
What is this an image of?
This is a continuation of the interior of the center.
And so the trash that you had the opportunity to see people going through, I'm going to direct your attention to what's been marked as Exhibit 109. Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 109, 6566? Was this mixed in with all the other stuff that we just saw, or is this somewhere else?
I'm unsure. This photo was taken prior to my arrival at the collection site.
Okay. But what is this a picture of?
This is a picture of a separated portion of the garbage in the center.
Now, what did you see? What did you see as far as people searching or going through the trash that night?
By the time I arrived, the main search had already been done, and there was bags of trash that were beginning to be emptied and inventoried by crime scene services section and the detective unit that was there.
And so what was your role as far as dealing with these bags of trash that other officers were going through?
My main role was to assist with the other units that were present and to sift through the items in those bags to determine what items would be relevant for forensic analysis, and then which units would be responsible for taking those items back to the laboratory afterward.
And so what was the first thing that was done when a bag was opened, if there was some kind of evidentiary analysis that needed to be done on it?
The first thing that I did while the trash was being emptied was I had my notes where I noted the items that were coming out of the bags, and then I worked with the crime scene services section trooper there as well, who photographed those items as they were coming out of the bag as well.
And how many different bags of, is it fair to say that you numbered the bags that you found to have some kind of value to you that night?
The crime scene services section did use placards to denote the bags that they were removing and photographing.
All right. Ms. Gilman, can I ask that you publish what's previously been marked as Exhibit 51, file number 6810? Sir, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
All right. So what's happening in this image that night when you were at 300 Forest Street?
This is the contents of one of the trash bags that was separated at the center.
And Ms. Gilman, can you now show us Exhibit 52, file number 6867? So now what are we looking at in relation to that last image, sir?
Since that last photograph was taken, bench paper was put out onto the floor of the collection center in order to preserve the integrity of the evidence that we were collecting at that point.
And so if it went onto a piece of paper like this, was it going to be collected?
Potentially, yes.
And this bag, sir, that we see on the screen for Exhibit 52, did you have the opportunity to know what was inside this bag, bag one?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us what was discovered inside of bag one?
Inside of bag one was a pair of green boots, a black jacket with red-brown stains, and a bracelet inside of the pocket. There was a black purse with red-brown stains, a black wallet, and a pair of headphones inside of a case, as well as a pair of socks.
Was anything discovered as far as car keys?
Yes, there was a pair of Volkswagen keys as well.
Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been marked as Exhibit 110, file number 6869? Is this also the contents of that first bag?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, can we now have Exhibit 111, which has been marked as 6870? Are these also the contents of that bag?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to ask you about another bag that you or had the opportunity to examine. Was there a trash bag with a designation 2?
Yes, there was.
What was discovered inside of bag 2?
Inside of bag 2 were 2 white towels with red-brown stains, as well as a piece of tape with apparent gauze and red-brown stains inside of it.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 112, which is file number 6898? Sir, is that one of the towels that was found inside of bag 2?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 113, file number 6902? Is that the second towel that was found inside the bag, sir?
Correct.
And what's the other items around the towel?
Those are miscellaneous tissues with red-brown stains.
Now, was there a bag 3?
Yes, there was.
What was discovered inside of bag 3?
Inside of bag 3 was a white bathrobe with red-brown stains.
Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been marked as Exhibit 114, file number 6906? Sir, is this a picture of what was found, the bathrobe found inside of bag 3?
Yes, it is.
Now, was there a bag 4?
There was.
What was discovered inside of bag 4?
Inside of bag 4 was a pair of gray slippers with red-brown stains, a pair of dark gray slippers with red-brown stains and trace materials, as well as apparent hairs with red-brown stains.
So, Ms. Gilman, if we could have Exhibit 115, file number 6915. Sir, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
Directing your attention to this image, the slippers there, which ones are those in the top of it?
The slippers located at the top are the gray slippers.
And at the bottom, what is there next to the left of the jar?
There is a leather strap wristwatch located as well.
And you had said that there was a second pair of slippers that was recovered from that bag?
That's correct.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 116, file number 6929? Sir, can you tell us where the second pair of slippers is in this photo?
Yes, at the bottom center of the photo, you'll see the dark gray slippers with the red-brown stains and trace material noted on the bottom of one of the slippers.
What is trace material?
Trace material could reference a number of things. In this particular instance, it references the apparent hairs or fibers that I observed on the slippers.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 117, file number 6934? Sir, what is the trace material you saw that night when you were at 300 Forest Street?
In the photo on the right-hand side of the overturned slipper, there are the apparent hairs and fibers that I call trace materials located on the right-hand side at the toe end of the slipper.
Sir, I'd like to ask you some questions about bag number 5. What did you observe produced from bag 5?
Bag number 5 contains...
Brian, seriously, why are we having a trial? I do not understand why you didn't... It's looking great for the defense.
And pieces of rug with red-brown stains on some of the pieces.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 118, which is file number 6948? Sir, what are we looking at here?
These are pieces of a rug with red-brown stains that I noted on 2 of the pieces.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 119, file...
And this might be the mechanism that they're using for possible a non-survivable bloodletting event. There might be some mechanism by which a medical professional can look at the size of the stain and quantify whether, you could survive this amount of blood loss. Possibly, I don't know, but it does look like something really violent happened, but it's going to be up to the jury to decide. But yeah, it's still looking all the sus, Brian.
File number 6944. Sir, where did you see the red-brown staining on the rugs?
On the 2 leftmost pieces, the left piece has red-brown stains in the bottom right corner, and then the one in the center of the photo has red-brown stains on the majority of the piece of rug.
So, sir, after bag 5, did you have the opportunity to see anything produced from the 6th bag?
I did, yes.
What was produced from the 6th bag?
Inside the sixth bag was additional pieces of rug with red-brown staining on those as well.
And besides red-brown staining of rug, what was discovered as far as a Tyvek suit?
There was a white Tyvek suit discovered in the bag as well, along with a wrapper for a Tyvek suit.
Was anything else discovered as far as a safety goggles or anything like that?
Yes, safety goggles were discovered, as well as additional miscellaneous items.
And this is going to come into play because there is going to be video footage, I'm sure, brought into the trial of Brian buying these particular items. So the Tyvek suit, they're probably going to bring in financial records and receipts that showed, I believe he paid cash, but they're going to have, evidence that he was the one that bought these. That's why they showed the rug picture so that you could identify that this rug came from this home. And all the clothing items were items that Brian stated Anna was wearing the last time he saw her.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 120, which is file number 6951? Sir, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
What is this an image of?
This is an image of the safety goggles and Tyvek suit wrappers that were found in bag number 6.
Can you tell us what a Tyvek suit is?
A Tyvek suit is typically a piece of personal protective equipment that one would wear in order to protect themselves from anything they might be working with.
Have you ever worn one?
I have, yes.
When would you wear one?
I have worn one specifically during training sessions where there are biological fluids that we are experimenting with.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 121, which is file number 6956? Sir, do you recognize this image?
I do, yes.
What is this an image of?
This is an image showing more of the pieces of the rug.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit number 122, file number 6952? What are we looking at here, sir?
This is a photograph of the lower half of the Tyvek suit from bag number 6.
Did you have the opportunity to see the contents of a seventh bag that night?
Yes, I did.
What was inside the seventh? What was produced from the seventh bag?
Your Honor, may I refer to my notes?
Okay.
The 7th bag contained a bottle of hydrogen peroxide, a ice pack, a blue flat sheet as well.
And sir, I neglected to ask you about the rug as well. I showed you one image, which was Exhibit 121. So, Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 123, file number 6963? Sir, what is this we're looking at?
This is another piece of the rug from bag number 6 containing red-brown stains with apparent tissue.
And what is apparent tissue? For those of, I don't know what that means. It's not like Kleenex, right?
That's correct. Apparent tissue from the forensic perspective is a material that may or may not resemble human skin tissue. So in this particular instance, based on my observations, that's what I called it.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down, and if we could have Exhibit 124, 6974. And so, sir, does this represent the contents of the 7th bag?
Yes, it does.
And so, in the upper center, what is that brown bottle?
It is a bottle of hydrogen peroxide.
And the cut up labels off to the side, did you note what those were for?
I didn't note what they specifically were for. I grouped them under the miscellaneous items that were in this bag.
And now, sir, did you have the opportunity to see an 8th bag in the contents produced from?
Yes, I did.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 125, which is HAS 7002? Sir, what is it that we're looking at here?
How not to get not away with murder. Again, Chandler Halderson, just drop everything off at the same place everyone sees you doing it.
This is a photograph of the contents of bag number 8.
And what was produced from bag number 8?
Bag number 8 contained a hammer, a pair of wire snips, a hatchet, and a hacksaw with red-brown stains on it.
And what are wire snips, and then what are shears?
They're sharpened tools that can be used to cut an item of interest.
So which one of those two objects is snips, and which one is a shear?
The shears are located on the right-hand side of the photo. The snips are located in the center between the hacksaw and the hatchet.
Now, sir, I want to ask you about bag 10. Skip it. What was recovered from the 10th bag?
The 10th bag contained a large piece of tarp that was taped together, so multiple pieces were taped together to form a larger tarp.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 126? Is this what the 10th bag looked like, sir?
Prior to opening the contents, yes.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 127? What is it we're looking at here in 127, sir?
This is a photograph of protective booties that are worn over the bottoms of shoes.
And where were those recovered from, sir?
Those were also recovered in bag 10 once the contents were emptied.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have what's been previously marked as Exhibit 50, file number 7029? What is this, sir?
This is a photograph of the tarp from bag number 10 as it was being unfurled from the bag.
And Ms. Gilman, can we now have Exhibit 128, file number 7035? What is this image of, sir?
This is an image of additional items from bag number 10, one of them being an apparent piece of insulation and then some scraps from containers.
So, sir, what was done with all of these items?
The items that were taken out of all the bags, we discussed amongst the crime scene services section, detective unit, and myself, which items would be going to which units first for analysis. Items of evidence that would be going straight to the criminalistics unit for analysis, I would be collecting. Items that would be analyzed for potential prints would be going with the crime scene services section, and state police detective unit would be responsible for the remaining items.
So, what items, well, at this point in time, I'd like to ask you something, sir. Are you familiar with what's called the LIMS system for the crime lab?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell us what the LIMS system is?
LIMS stands for the Laboratory Information Management System. It is a software program that we utilize in order to track items of evidence that have been submitted to the laboratory and then their chain of custody history as they move throughout the laboratory.
And so after you had the opportunity to collect items that night, where did you go?
At that point, I left the facility and went to the laboratory in Danvers and submitted items of evidence there under lab number 23-00596.
So that number, that's for the overall case that you're assigned to at this point in time, right?
That's correct.
So what happens as far as when you make a submission of a piece of evidence into the LIMS system?
Once the evidence has been submitted into the Laboratory Information Management System, I then make assignments for myself to write a report based on what I collected from that scene, as well as assignments for the criminalistics unit for any items that need to be analyzed in the criminalistics unit as well. Every item is then appropriately packaged and or dried if it's wet, and then eventually transported to the appropriate storage facility.
And so I'd like to ask you about some of the LIMS numbers that you were able to assign to objects that you entered into the evidence. Your Honor, if it may be with the court's approval and with no objection from the defense, would he be able to refer to his report during this portion?
Any objection? No objection. You may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And welcome, Broken Baker Raiders. Today has actually been a pretty productive day. We've got a lot of sort of foundational witnesses through. There hasn't been a lot of defense back and forth. The only notable back and forth has really been with Detective Garino. And probably the funniest thing all today, the defense spent a good 30 minutes making the point that Brian Walshe only looked up divorce during the December the 27th, and then kind of rested their cross on that. And immediately the state goes up for a redirect and says, oh, didn't he look up, so my spouse is missing and I want a divorce on January either the 3rd or 4th. So that was probably the biggest, funniest thing that happened. There was also one witness who looked just like Father Christmas or Santa Claus. So I would go back and look at that. The only other sort of big kerfuffle, or even the defense making a cross-exam, was with a life insurance broker that was able to sell a policy to Anna and also sold the Walshes policies for the children. However, Brian was not able to get a policy because he was pending a federal felony at the time of buying this life insurance. So it has been strange what the defense picks and chooses to go through. This particular witness is the forensic scientist. We are starting to get into the meat and potatoes. There were, to date in his testimony, 10 bags of evidence that were found that contained, at this point in his testimony, evidence and items from the home that could be identified as Anna Walsh's or originating from the home with red-brown stains on them. We are currently at the part where he is just going through and giving the limbs or the laboratory identification number for all the evidence that he collected that night. Because not only that day or that shift did he collect evidence from these 10 bags of trash that were collected, but he had also conducted a 3 to 4 hour forensic search on Anna Walsh's Volvo Toya, I believe it's called. So this is probably going to be a witness that goes for the rest of the day, is my guess. That being said, we haven't gotten to the part where we start getting DNA anything. We are simply going through identification.
Sir, what item number under limbs did the swabs from the driver's seat controls get?
Those swabs were given item number 9-1, 9 referring to the submission and 1 being the first item under that submission.
And what item number did the swabs from the rear passenger seat floor mat get?
The rear passenger side floor mat was given 9-2.
What limbs number did the swabs from the rear passenger third row seat get?
9-3.
What was the limbs number for the swabs from trunk mat 1?
Trunk mat 1 was 9-4.
What was the limbs number for the swabs from trunk mat 2?
9-5.
What was the item number for the swabs from the red-brown stain with the letter A?
9-6.
What was the item number for the hair sample you got from the door of the Volvo?
9-7.
What was the limbs number for the swabs for the gloves? I'm sorry, what was the limbs number for the gloves from the floor?
From the front passenger floor, it was 9-8.
And what was the limbs number for the Ziploc bag in the passenger door pocket?
9-9.
And what was the limbs number for the gloves in the center console?
9-10.
Now, did you seize any Band-Aids from the floor of that vehicle?
I seized 2 Band-Aids from the center console of the vehicle, yes.
And what limbs number did they get?
Those were given item 9-11.
Now, directing your attention to the items from 300 Forest Street, what was the limbs number for the black jacket from bag number 1?
9-12.
And what was the limbs number for the bracelet from the left pocket of that jacket?
9-13.
What was the limbs number for the black purse in bag 1?
9-14.
And what was the number for the black wallet from bag 1?
9-15.
What number did the pair of boots get from bag 1?
9-16.
What item number did the Volkswagen keys get?
9-17.
And what limbs number did the headphones, did you find headphones that night?
There were headphones inside of a case, yes.
And what number did they get?
They were 9-18.
What item number did referring to bag 2, what did you discover as far as any gauze?
Inside of bag 2 was a piece of tape that had gauze inside of the tape. So the non-adhesive side was on the exterior and then the gauze was on the interior of that tape. And the gauze appeared to be red-brown stained.
And what was the item number that you gave to the tape with the gauze and the red-brown stain?
9-20.
And regarding the wipes that you found from bag 2, what was the item number they got?
They were 9-21.
And the towels that were retrieved?
Brian, was there any evidence that you successfully hid? I mean, I guess the joke is on all of us because you have managed to hide the biggest piece of evidence, the body. But giblets, did you watch like one episode of Dexter and think that you could go all, Dexter on everyone? Good Lord. I mean, did you not even watch like one episode of, Forensic Files or anything? Good Lord, this man left everything.
From bag 2, what numbers did they get?
The white towel, one of them was 9-22 and the other was 9-23.
What about the bathrobe from bag 3? What limbs number did that get?
The white bathrobe with red-brown stains was 9-24.
And the watch that was in bag 4?
9-25.
Sir, what about the gray slippers with red-brown stains from bag 4? What limbs number did they get?
Gray slippers were 9-26.
And then there was a second pair of slippers. Were they the dark gray slippers?
That's correct.
All right, so what did the dark gray slippers with trace material get as a limbs number?
9-27.
And was there any hair samples recovered from bag 4?
Yes, there was.
What was recovered as far as a hair sample?
There was apparent hairs with red-brown stains that were not on the slippers. They were just loose inside of the bag. I collected those as well.
And what item number did they get?
They were given 9-28.
And any wipes recovered from bag 4?
Yes, correct.
And what did they get for an item number?
9-29.
And in the images from that bag, was there a sponge?
There was, yes, a sponge with a wipe stuffed into it.
And what item number did that get?
That was given number 9-30.
And was anything retrieved as far as cuttings, or I shouldn't say that, what was the item number given to the pieces of rug from bag 5?
From bag number 5, I took a cutting myself from the red-brown stains that were seen on those pieces of rug. That cutting was given 9-31.
What item number did the Tyvek suit get?
9-32.
And in bag 6, what number did the hand towel get?
9-33.
So, sir, now I'd like to show you some of these objects. And before I do you have any gloves with you?
I do, yes.
I see counsel at the side of the bench.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, this might be something that she needs to think about. Again, there might be odors, but more, this might be, this is incredibly emotional stuff. I mean, it's one thing to kind of joke about and use dark humor for us to get through these things. But this really brings the reality home of what Anna went through, of the amount of carnage that was actually involved. So I could foresee the judge wanting to put up some parameters outside of the presence of the jury on what she will allow as far as this being shown, or possibly logistics. But this is where we get into kind of the meat and potatoes, because based on what I saw, like, I'm not a doctorologist, but that was a fairly large and fairly fluid loss of blood on the rug. Now, again, I'm not a doctorologist, so take everything I'm saying with a grain of salt. But I wouldn't think if she had already passed away and the blood had already started to coagulate, and this was all a function of dismemberment, there would be this much blood and that red. Again, not a doctorologist, so we should probably, put a pin in those thoughts until an actual medical person comes. I will say this is about as concerned and as fidgety as I've seen him. He's darker complected than I am, but this is it's an odd mix of pale and flushed. This is definitely, we may see him have an outburst or be uncontrollable. And sorry, Granny Smith. Yes, basically the defense is that Anna passed away around, let's say 4 a.m. On New Year's Day, 2023. Brian's defense is that coming upon her dead, he sort of lost his mind and he panicked, thinking that people were going to assume that he had done something to her. So he came up with this kind of this story that she got missing somewhere after leaving the house and heading to her job in Washington, D.C., and then proceeded to now dismember her. The body has not been found, so this is going to be a challenge for both the state and the defense, respectively. Proceeding with charges without a body is always difficult because you do have to prove that they are not actually alive and things like that. But I think given the amount of blood just on the rug, I would think that you would be incapacitated, and the amount of blood on towels and everywhere else, that just seems like a lot of blood for a very small 5'2", 115-pound woman to lose. Sorry, I'm trying to tell Mr. Moe something. But so this is what I see. Yeah, I believe that, look, something happened, whether he found out about the affair or not, whether there had been growing and mounting tension within the marriage due to his federal case, but something happened in that house and it was violent, speculatively.
So, Your Honor, with the court's indulgence, I'm just going to be walking back and forth to grab certain objects, and I apologize if I appear to be a ping pong ball, but I think that's probably going to be the easiest way to do it.
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor. And for the court,
And I do appreciate the judge, talking to the lawyers and figuring out logistics. Again, this has been a breath of fresh air as compared to Bev, who, whom shall not be named unless we need a white claw. I like the way this judge runs her courtroom. I like the manner in which all of the lawyers, even though I don't particularly like the male defense attorney, I appreciate that they are all working together to make this as easy and fast as possible on the jury, trying to get things stipulated, trying to work together to plan logistics. I like this. I like this very much.
Sir, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand you an item that's in the bag. I'm going to ask if you recognize the bag and open it up. I'm not going to ask you to produce anything from the bag, okay?
Yep.
All right, thank you, sir. So the first item I'm handing you is a manila envelope. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it, sir?
This is a manila envelope containing the COVID card of Anna Walsh that I recovered from the scene.
Can you open that envelope and determine if that object is inside it?
Sniper Hunter. Okay, so I'll give you my amateur kind of thoughts. My Mo pretends to be a behavioral analysis person. I don't know much about this case because, again, I tried to come in as a juror, but I have picked up on a couple of things. Brian's mother seemed to be very intrinsically linked to his fiscal, his purse strings. It seems like she was paying for the house. It seems like she might have been paying for the townhouse down in DC. Brian was facing a possible sentence for his federal fraud case in the very near future. Anna was having an affair. To a man like Brian, who has always been able to charm people, seems to be very full of himself, but, kind of that perfect blend of schmooze and, charm, but kind of that oily, creepy type that mostly bothers the hell out of me. Like, I'd have probably pegged Brian straight off. I don't like schmarmy, charm. If you're really charming or schmoozy, I tend to be very suspicious of you. And it could just be that you're a nice person and I'm just generally a jaded asshole. So that it's not like I have good psychic power or I'm an empath. I'm just an ass. But it does seem like Mom was intrinsically linked into this marriage. And for a man, he said multiple times in many of his interviews that he couldn't be the author of his own story. And I think that's incredibly powerful for Brian. I think Brian felt emasculated by having to talk to his mother about money. I think he felt emasculated by Anna suddenly becoming the breadwinner. If you notice in his interviews, he goes out of his way to mention that Anna felt overwhelmed with her job, that she was struggling, that he was having to provide assistance or contacts to her to try to help her with her job. Brian strikes me as the type that would take credit for every single bit of Anna's success. And be incredibly pissed off if he found out that she was looking at leaving him. I think it is very likely that he found out about the affair that night. The reason I say this is because he has made a cornerstone of his defense that he was happily married, he was in love, he wasn't getting left, he wasn't getting cheated on. I think those are the things that, like Sarah Boone, he couldn't have someone leave him. Anna wasn't going to leave him. No one leaves him unless he says, and he wasn't ready to let go of his, secondary success. That's kind of my read on it. But, like I say, I only play a psychologist on TV and in my local Walmart. So take all of that with a grain of salt. Now, I don't think mom helped, but I don't think she helped him become a functional human. I think she always coddled him. I think he was always able to talk himself out of things, or she always alleviated any consequences. So now that he's faced with something he can't schmooze his way out of, this has to be the most intensely anxious and stressful thing in his life. He has lost all the tools, his schmooze, his charm, his sort of, generally being able to withhold parts of himself and only present the good part of himself. This is Brian's everything laid bare. He doesn't have control of the narrative, so this has to be the most out of control he's ever been in his life. And I'm not shocked that he wasn't able to maintain his kind of stoicism from day 1 and 2. But again, I make less than Lucy on my observations, but that's what I gather from him based on being a people watcher.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. The Commonwealth would seek to have this envelope marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Is it 129 we're at?
Yes, Your Honor.
The COVID card will be, or the exhibit with pouch that contains the COVID card is now in evidence as 129. Jurors, I do expect that there's going to be a series, and based on what we're consulting with at the side of the bench, there's going to be a series of bags of evidence that the Commonwealth's going to move into evidence. And those bags, to the extent that they are admitted as evidence, will go back with you in the jury room for you to examine as you need during your deliberations. But it's my understanding that they're going to stay in the bags right now. And when they go back with you, you'll have proper gloves, just like the witness now has. All right? Thank you.
I really like that this judge also takes time to explain things. If you are new to trials, if you're a jury member that has never, nerded out on trials like us, it can be incredibly confusing. Okay, why did they just show him the bag? I thought we were he looked in the bag. I know that it was incredibly jarring to me when I was first getting into watching trials. And I think Ricada was kind enough to kind of explain that this was a normal procedure. So I like that the judge is explaining things to the jury so they don't have to wonder or speculate. And again, can I have a crush on this judge? Hell yes. Also, lovely hair.
Sir, do you recognize this bag?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is the bag of keys and headphones that I recovered at the scene.
Could you open it and confirm those items are inside that bag?
Oh, okay.
Yes, they are.
Oh, good
The
lord.
Commonwealth would seek to have the bag with keys and headphones marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor, which I believe is 130.
Any
I am
objection?
going to be probably turning
It's marked and
down.
admitted into evidence as exhibit 130, the Volvo keys and the headphones.
The non-consensual paper bag crinkling ASMR. So I will be, your earbuds are not playing tricks on you. I am simply trying to help you and myself avoid the crinkle paper craziness.
Sir, I'm showing you I'm producing a bag to you. If you could tell us if you recognize it.
Yes, this is a bag of the black jacket with red-brown stains, pair of socks, and bracelet from bag number 1 at the collection site in Peabody.
Could you open that up and confirm that the old items are inside of it?
Now, it will be my goal this weekend, possibly by Sunday, to rewatch this footage and make a list of what's all in the bags and then kind of do a short video giving you all that information, kind of going through again what was found in every bag. Because there were 10 different bags of evidence found just at the recycling area.
The contents of that packet, which has on the outside of it black jacket, bracelet, and black socks, is now in evidence as 131.
Sir, I'm producing another bag to you. Do you recognize this?
Thank you,
Yes, I do.
Tammy.
What is that?
This is a bag marked as purse and wallet from bag number 1.
Could you open that bag and confirm the first of all?
Yes, they are.
This marked as the next exhibit, Ron.
Any objection?
No objection.
The purse and the black wallet, both black purse and black wallet, are now in evidence as 132. Thank you.
Well, he's getting his steps in today.
Sir, I'm handing you a bag and asking.
Yes, I do.
What's inside that bag, sir?
A pair of green boots recovered from bag number 1.
And sir, what is the outside of the bag, sir?
The outside of the bag reads green boots, bag number 1, with my initials, my trainee's initials, and the date.
The Commonwealth is seeking to have this marked as the next exhibit.
Boots is now in evidence as exhibit 133.
Sir, you recognize this bag?
Yes, I do.
What is that, sir?
This is a brown paper bag containing a bracelet.
Can you open the bag and confirm what's inside?
Yes, there's a bracelet inside.
Commonwealth will seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection? The bracelet is now in evidence in its bag as 134.
Sir, I'm handing you this first bag. Can I ask you to recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is that, sir?
This is a bag marked white towel number 1 from bag number 2 at the PBD collection facility.
And that's one of the 2 white towels you bagged up that night and took back to the crime lab?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you open it and make sure the towel's inside?
Yes, it's inside.
Commonwealth will seek to have this bag and the white towel marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
No, I think that was her COVID vaccine card. So I think she had gotten a vaccination to be able to fly, and they were able to find that. I think that's one of the one of the ways that they were able to identify that that particular bag of trash from the dumpster might be related to Anna. I think that was one of the first bags they opened and found. That was one of the first items they found.
No objection.
White towel number 1 from bag 2 is now in evidence as exhibit 135.
I'm handing you another bag, sir.
This bag is marked white towel number 2.
And does that look like the bag, the second bag for a white towel that you bagged that night?
Yes, that's correct.
Could you open and confirm the towel's inside?
Yes, it's inside.
The Commonwealth will seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection? The white towel number 2 from bag number 2 is now in evidence as 136. Can I see counsel at the side of the bench?
Yes, Your Honor.
I think it's beginning to hit home to him that this is real. I don't think he ever had a concrete concept of how reality was going to be, and I don't think you can prepare yourself. But I do think that he didn't imagine it would be this hard. He thought, hey, I've been through federal court, I've got through that. I don't think he actually sat through and played the, tape out to the end and realized that he was going to be sitting in court while they showed evidence of a crime that he's already, pled guilty to, though the jury doesn't know. The jury is unaware that he has pled guilty to the unauthorized or unlawful movement of a body, and then obstruction of a criminal case, obstruction of justice. He's looking at 10 to 20 years for the obstruction of justice and 3 years or so for the dismemberment of her body.
I'm producing another bag to you and ask you to recognize that.
Yes, I do.
And what is that bag, sir?
This bag contains a white bathrobe with red brown stains that I recovered from bag number 3.
Could you open that bag and confirm that the bathrobe is not?
Yes, it is.
Come on, see if you have the bag with the bathrobe marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
Objection.
The bathrobe from bag number 3 is now in evidence as Exhibit 137.
Sir, what's this bag that I'm handing you?
This is a bag of the dark gray slippers with red brown stains and trace materials.
Could you open the bag and confirm the slippers are inside?
Yes, they are.
Come on, see if you have the bag with the dark gray slippers marked as the next exhibit.
No objection.
That's also from bag number 3, or is that?
This would be from bag number
That's
4.
bag 4.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. The dark gray slippers from bag number 4 are now in evidence as 138.
And if you're new to watching trials and you're wondering why all of this is coming in through this particular witness, he was the one that marked and processed all of this.
Recognize that bag?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This bag contains the leather strap watch from bag number 4.
And could you open the watch on the back?
Yes, it is.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the next bag as the watch from bag number 4 as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
The leather strap watch from bag 4 is now in evidence as 139.
So you recognize that bag?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is a bag containing apparent hairs with red brown stains from bag number 4.
Could you open the bag and confirm that the items inside?
Sorry, it's hard to take notes and do crinkle patrol.
This one's still sealed.
Oh, you didn't get them all?
Yeah, you can't quite get it all. I need new gloves as well.
So your gloves have opened. The record have brought you a new set. So and why don't I take yours?
Thank you.
Oh my goodness, taking care with evidence? Not playing with scissors? I mean...
Good?
Good. Thank you. Yes, they're inside.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the next bag with apparent hairs with red brown stain marks as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
The hair from bag number 4 is in evidence as 140.
Sir, do you recognize this bag?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a pair of slippers with red brown stains from bag number 4.
So those are the light gray slippers?
That's correct.
Can you open the slippers inside?
Yes, they are.
Commonwealth will seek to have the next bag marked as Exhibit 141, pair of slippers from bag number 4.
No objection.
Thank you. The bags, light gray slippers from bag number 4 are now in evidence as Exhibit 141.
So do you recognize this bag?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a bag containing the sponge with a wipe through it.
Could you open it from the sponge in the back?
Yes, it is.
Commonwealth will seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
No objection.
Is that from bag 4, or are we now moved on to bag 5?
We're on bag 4, Your Honor.
Okay. The sponge from bag number 4 is now in evidence as Exhibit 142.
I can just imagine Christmas at his house. He walks over to the pile, he shows it to his wife, he hands it to his kids, they open it, they look inside, they confirm that it's their toy, and then they get to open it.
So do you recognize that bag?
Yes, I do.
What is that bag?
This is a bag containing the Tyvek suit recovered from bag number 6.
Could you open and confirm the Tyvek system?
Yes, it is.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this next bag, Your Honor, marked as next exhibit, Tyvek suit from bag number 6.
No objection.
Thank you. Now in evidence as 143 is the Tyvek suit from bag 6.
Mr. Gould? Do you recognize that bag?
Yes, I do.
What is that, sir?
This bag contains the hand towel with red-brown stains from bag number 6.
Can you open and confirm it's inside?
It is.
The Commonwealth will seek to mark this as the next exhibit, Your Honor, which is hand towel with red stains from bag number 6.
Any objection?
No objection.
And towel from bag 6 is now in evidence as 144.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Cross?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Oh, my apologies. Sorry about that.
If I just told you, Mr. Gould, do you have a comment?
Mr. Gould's fine.
So, you told us, as you began your testimony, that when you went to the scene of where all the trash and everything was, that there were, people were collecting bags. At one point, you had to then take out some of the evidence and put it on paper to quote, preserve the integrity of the evidence.
Yes.
And when we talk about preserve the integrity of the evidence, what we're trying to do is, what all of you are trying to do is make sure that you keep it in the same condition that it was in when you found it, correct?
Exactly, yes.
Now, do you know anything about a trash compactor that was taken to that area before you arrived?
I don't know any specifics about a trash compactor, no.
So can you tell the jury, if you have any information, that some of this evidence that's been introduced, that was taken out of a dumpster there, that it had first been in a compactor and then transferred to the dumpster, or you just don't know?
I do not know.
When you talk about the integrity of the evidence, it also includes trying to preserve the fact, as best you can, of how a particular item that was stained is not stained by another item. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say, yes.
So when you're handling this evidence that you're collecting, you're really taking care not to have one item touch another item, because you don't want a transfer between biological evidence between item 1 and item 2, correct?
Correct, to the best of my ability, yes.
Sure. And in this case, and in the collection of this evidence, it's fair to say, isn't it, Mr. Gould, that you have no way of knowing before you were able to
begin your examination of these items at the scene, how they had come into contact with each other, either within a bag or just being pulled out by people before you arrived.
Before I arrived, correct.
And there is such a thing in your expertise in forensics that includes characterization of transfer of biological evidence, correct?
That is within the realm of our responsibilities, yeah.
No, it's in fact the basis of his entire career and specialty. It's called the low-card principle. Holy crap, have you ever done criminal law, lawyer? You can tell it's late in the day. But in fact, yes, it is the foundation of all of the forensic sciences. It's the low-card principle that any objects that react to each other will leave traces of each other, or evidence of, basically interaction. It's too late in the day for these questions, sir.
Yes.
And what that simply means is that one item that has some either biological evidence or something else, if it comes into contact with another item, it can transfer that to the other item. So item A that may have had a red-brown stain on it, I transfer some of that red-brown stain to item B, whereas before, item B never had a red-brown stain.
That's correct. And the term we would use for that is...
Okay, so are you trying to gaslight me into saying that maybe just the towel had a scotch of blood on it and somehow it seeped everywhere because reality isn't a thing?
Called low cards exchange principle.
And that would include, for instance, if you were looking at a pair of slippers like we have in this case, and you see in one of the photographs that there looks to be apparent hairs attached to the slippers. It could very well be that those hairs that are seen attached to the slipper, they could have transferred to that slipper because they were already in the bag or they came into contact with something else.
Absolutely, yes.
And so it's fair to say that when you're out there, very careful, and with all the training and experience you have, there's no way for you to be able to tell a jury, with regards to this specific case, how exactly some of this red-brown stain or biological evidence actually came to be on any piece of evidence.
Correct. I cannot say the manner of deposition. I can only confirm its presence.
And so...
I'm going to go ahead and throw out there that she didn't nick herself shaving like I seem to do regularly. You think after 30 years I would remember I have a shin and knees, but no, it's constant surprise. But I'm going to go ahead and say that something a hell of a lot more than, nicking your knee shaving happened.
It's fair to say, isn't it, that there could very well be some of this evidence that now, when you look upon it, it has a red-brown stain on it. That red-brown stain may not have been on that piece of evidence when it was, in fact, initially placed into, for example, a black bag.
That's possible, yes.
In the photographs that were introduced of the scene where you went with all that trash and garbage, it's fair to say...
I'm waiting for him to say, where you did all the sciencey stuff.
That a lot of that trash and garbage had absolutely nothing to do with this case.
Correct.
How did you differentiate at the scene what applied to this case and what didn't apply to this case?
Blood stains?
Mainly once the discovery was made of red-brown stains on items, I was looking for any items of interest that might be in with those bags that have those red-brown stains on them as well, to try to establish any potential biological connections with the items in those bags.
Hold on, Massachusetts. I might be an expertologist. Pay me $400K and I will come and testify for you. I would like the Judson Welcher, package. I will paint myself blue. Hell, I'm dressed up as a sexy chicken right now. I have no shame and 6 kids to put through college. So, and it's not OnlyFans, so.
We saw a lot of photographs, but some of the photographs appeared to have some of the items that were eventually taken into custody by you and given a lens number, like you described for the jury. Some of those items, when they were first taken out of the bags, it looks to me like they were placed directly onto the floor of that warehouse.
Yes, they do.
And the floor of the warehouse actually looks somewhat damp in the photographs.
It does, yes.
And it was in fact damp.
I can't recall exactly the conditions, but it is the floor of the facility, yes.
And so it's fair to say that a lot of Terrible question, I apologize. It's fair to say that you have no idea what was originally on the floor of that warehouse before you arrived.
Correct.
You just know that it had the appearance, it may have been damp, but you don't know what caused the damage.
That's correct.
And then these items were placed on that. Items, like for instance, the items have been admitted into evidence here, and they could have been then be caused to be dampened by what was on the floor of that warehouse.
That's possible, yes.
And then what happened was, once again, in your very earnest desire to preserve the integrity of the evidence, you then took a lot of these physical pieces of evidence and you placed them on, you would call it, what do we call it, paper?
Yes, we would refer to the white parchment paper, typically in the lab as bench paper.
Bench paper. And that's what we see in the photographs.
Yes.
And then, after you collected these items, you then transported them or caused them to be transported to the lab at the Mass State Police?
Yes.
And I thought I heard you testify that you had transported to various parts of the lab?
The evidence, I believe what I had said was that the evidence will eventually travel to its respective facility where it needs to be stored. But I did submit at one laboratory with all the items.
You did?
Yes.
And after you transported the items to the lab, did you have any further, did you do any further work on these items?
No, I did not.
Well, thank you, sir.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may we?
Now, I do think that the state should have, I mean, if this was not such a one-sided case, I do think the state would have probably done a redirect and had the this witness go through that every object was laid flat and dried before it was packaged, and all items from, similar bags were placed together. So, to alleviate some of the good points that the defense attorney did make about, possible dampness and everything else. Maybe the state doesn't feel like they need to clarify that. Maybe they feel like they are doing okay. But, if it were a closer case, I think they probably would have gone back and maybe clarified or cleaned that up.
Yes?
And I don't know that dampness causing stains to spread is a logical thing that any juror will see as reasonable. Again, Brian is already asking the jurors to kind of go out on 3 or 4 limbs for him and stretch credulity and suspension of disbelief quite far just to, believe the story that he's given us. And when the evidence starts to show up, I mean, some of those stains were very clear and defined. I'll give you that some of the rugs look like there might have been damp spread on them, but some of those stains were very, very crisp. So I don't know that excuse is going to fly for all of these items. But the defense is welcome to try it. I mean, give it the good old college try. It will be interesting, I think, to see how his demeanor is going on, going forward. He does seem to almost be staring out into space. I really do think it's hitting him. I think that he had no idea the reality that was coming toward him with having to see this evidence. I think it's one thing to maybe have your lawyer prepare you and, kind of, give you a heads up of what you're going to be facing, and then to actually face all the evidence of what you've admitted to doing, which most people do find monstrous. On so many different levels. I don't think he was prepared.
So jurors, I'm going to send you on your way today, and I was talking with the lawyers just now about what the schedule is for the rest of the week. I'd like to let you know, because I know I'm ever mindful of the sacrifice you're making to be here to serve as jurors in this case. So here's the rest of the week. I expect tomorrow will be a full day, 9 to 4. And then on Friday, I think I told many of you during empanelment, it seems like a long time ago, so you may not remember, that my plan always was to go 9 to 1 while the evidence was presented on Fridays. And that's frankly just for your own education, to let me continue with the other cases that are in this session. So I see them on Friday afternoon when I have a longer case. So that's what I'm going to be doing Friday afternoon. But what it means for you is our day on Friday will likely be just 9 to
Hells
1.
yeah.
All right, so you have a layout. Parties tell me so far we're right on schedule, maybe a little ahead of schedule. So I try to keep you informed. So again, I know the sacrifice you're making. Have a good night. But before you leave, I remind you, jurors, don't do any research about this case. Don't go on social media or any news media. Don't speak to anyone about this case, and continue to have open minds as you listen to the evidence. So have a good night, and I'll see you back here tomorrow ready to work.
All rise for the court, please. Notebooks.
Hold it.
Holy daggone.
You may see it. Back there.
All right.
Circling back to a couple of things we spoke about earlier today. So the Commonwealth's motion with regard to the guilty plea was filed on Sunday night. And I frankly had asked Madam Clerk if she could check, because my recollection was that the defendant never filed a written. I know you've been busy. I just want to make sure I have all the paper in front of me. Is it correct that you have not filed a written opposition?
I haven't had the chance to address it, but I will have something emailed to the court by tomorrow morning.
Okay. And so here's, with regard to that, let me focus you a little bit more precisely, which is, I want that to address what relevance does the defendant's plea of guilty, not his taking responsibility by testifying consistent with the expected evidence presented in the opening. I lied to the police. I improperly disposed of my wife's body. What relevance does the fact of the plea, if you are seeking to get the plea in, of guilty to indictments or counts 2 and 3, have to any permissible fact finding that this jury would do, recognizing that the jury is prohibited and will get an instruction consistent with almost every criminal case, that they may not consider punishment or the consequences of its verdict? So one of the things I'm concerned about is in line drawing, that I'm inviting the jury, if I allow them to hear evidence that he pled guilty, then I'm inviting them to do exactly what I'm going to tell them not to do, which is you are not to consider jurors. You stay in your lane, I stay in mine. So it's not clear to me entirely, and it's, again, no fault of the parties who may be thinking through a lot of the information I gave you earlier today. But think about now whether A, you are seeking to admit that he pled to those 2 counts, and if you are still seeking that information, what relevance does it have to this jury's permissible job? All right. So let me see if I made myself another note. When's the Commonwealth going to get me the FASTO things? The reduced FASTO text messages.
Your Honor, I had a chance to discuss the messages with the Commonwealth. In my position, and I alerted the Commonwealth to this, is that if the court was inclined to allow even some of the messages that my preference is the whole package of the messages that they initially wanted to come in comes in full.
Okay, so relevant or not, you wish me to put it in?
Given the court's ruling that some of the messages are coming in, it is our belief that the context of all the messages
Is more beneficial as a strategic matter for your client?
If it's strategic, it's relevance, it gives a full context. I think otherwise you'd be able to cherry pick certain statements and make an argument that another argument could be made on the exact opposite side of the coin had the other parts been admissible. So it is a strategic
I
request.
said this probably a million times. You know the evidence better than I did. I started before I assigned the Commonwealth to reduce. I started to try to reduce it myself, and I was able to reduce it. But again, I don't know your cases nearly as well as you do. I'm just consuming it as the jury's consuming the evidence. All right? Anything, those are the 2 things that I wanted to talk about before we suspended for today. First, go to the Commonwealth, and then I'll go to the defense. Anything that the Commonwealth needs to talk about.
Your Honor, with respect to the text messages, we did send counsel a copy with names and images of certain individuals blurred out and redacted. I don't know that that's an issue with.
It's just the text content. I don't care about the photographs that are blurred.
All right, so particularly of the third parties, the minor third parties that are in those text messages, those absolutely need to be blurred. But you're not suggesting that the photo, or maybe you are suggesting that the photo that Anna Walsh sent at 10:07 is blurred.
No, Your Honor, only the third-party minor children.
Okay, all right, that seems appropriate. Anything else from the Commonwealth?
Nothing else from the Commonwealth.
For the defense, anything you want to raise with the court?
I think what everyone wants to research and get an answer to is the 1020 maps that we were discussing at sidebar, which again, I think we all just need to open a book, so to speak, and hopefully have information for the court about that, because that's relevant for Friday.
Right. There's a lot to unpack there from what my preliminary research revealed, but I haven't had a chance to read it. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good night.
Yeah, my
Okay, so I have started doing a little bit of a breakdown. This will be a separate video at the end of the day, so if you weren't able to watch the full trial all today, I'll kind of give a 10-15 minute breakdown. Like I've said from the beginning of this case, this judge is a breath of fresh air, along with both sides working together to try to make this as speedy and, easy for the jury as possible, stipulating or talking about things, having things to the other side at the right time. Before the jury even came in this morning, the judge was kind of ruling on, there was a photo that the defense had found. Let me back up. If you guys came in towards the last hour, there was a rug that was introduced, or pieces of rug that had presumptively red-brown stains on them, found and introduced today into evidence. But the state wanted to bring in, there was a video with Anna and her children playing on this particular rug in order to establish that it was a rug from the house and Anna had basically had contact with it. It was, from their house. There was a video, and basically the judge ruled that there had to be a still shot and keep the children out of there. And basically, again, gave very clear directions on what she was not going to allow. Both sides added feedback and input, and they were all able to come up with a reasonable compromise of only showing a very, like the head and shoulders of Anna in the shot with the rug. So that was a big thing that got through, and again, just illustrates how much every side and the judge are working together to make this case run smoothly. There was also more talk about the William Fasto text. This has been a big issue. William Fasto was the gentleman that Anna was carrying on an extramarital affair with. There were text messages that the state wanted to bring in. The defense was not wanting to bring all of them in. And there were sort of negotiations on parsing down all of these text messages to only leave in the relevant information. But what you just heard, so this is kind of an update for at the end of the day, is that the defense has strategically now decided at the end of the day to allow all of the text communications between Anna and Michael Fasto in. So that is not going to be, as big of an issue. We started out the day with the defense cross with Detective Garino. Now, there wasn't a whole lot in here that I think helped the defense. They mainly wanted to focus on, and probably the biggest oof yet in this trial, their main focus was corroborating their narrative that the only search for divorce that happened on any of the devices that have thus far been introduced into the trial was on 12/27. And the searches for the divorce were only in the context of Brian possibly having to go to federal trial or federal prison due to his fraud case. And Anna would need to have, financial things in place to take care of the boys. That is a bit contradicted by the fact that every single divorce search was in the context of men's rights and men securing their assets. assets, what states were better for men in divorce, what strategy were better for men. So it doesn't seem to ring true that this was only to search for, keeping assets in Anna's name to protect the boys and her, should he have to go to jail. In the strangest, question ever, the defense made a really big point to point out that in totality on the 27th of December, there was only 23 minutes spent searching divorce. Now, he also made clear that there were 4 days of dismemberment, how to dispose of bodies, how to clean up a body, and in possibly the biggest oof moment of the entire daggone trial. The minute that the defense's cross is done, the state simply comes up and says, oh, by the way, in the 4 days of dismemberment, was there a search for my spouse is missing, how can I get divorced? So again, the biggest self-own that I've seen in the trial thus far. I don't think that the defense made any headway there. There were a lot of sort of foundational witnesses today. There were, let's see here. We've got someone from the TESCS system, someone from Border Patrol, William Tully, and basically he was there to confirm that after January 1st, 2023, there were no indications at any of the borders and anywhere you would get checked leaving or entering the country. There has been no evidence past that date that Anna Walshe has either tried to enter or leave the country. And there was a point made that Anna had dual citizenship with Serbia, and it was pointed out that even if she had tried to use her Serbian passport or ID, it still would have been noted in the the system that CBP uses. The next person that came up was Patrick Reardon. He was the canine handler that searched sort of the wooded area around the house in one of the earlier searches. Basically, they did not find anything. The dog did not find anything. And but, you still have to go through and show where you did that. The next person was Tom Manito from JetBlue. And again, he just kind of showed that there have been no future flights and that several flights made for January had been pre-booked by Anna in November, and they were no-shows. She didn't ever, actually show up for a flight after the 1st of January. So again, these are all kind of building up that momentum that, she is probably no longer with us. We then had Seth Fox, and he was a subpoena specialist for Lyft. Again, just confirming that there were no Lyft or Ubers sent to the house early morning on January the 1st, which, Brian said Anna left around 5:36. We then had Allison Weimer, and she was the same thing, only for Uber. We then got to Michael Kenyon, and he was an officer for Swampamach. Look, some town near Cohasset, I guess. He was one of the officers that responded on January the 9th to, again, assist with the trash and dumpster sort of investigation. There were a lot of police officers that were called in. You had the CERT team. You had the CSI who was on the stand. So there were a lot of people that were involved in finding all that trash from both the compactor and the just regular dumpster. Then it was Sergeant Amy Waterman, and her part of this case was just flying down to Washington, D.C. and checking on the status and collecting evidence from Anna's townhouse. for this case. She did make the point that the entire apartment was pretty clean and tidy. It didn't look like, someone left in a hurry, or there was still food in the refrigerator, maybe indicating that she was intending to come back. I mean, it didn't seem like anyone left in a rush. They did collect a couple of bills and certain things just to, I think, prove that this was Anna's residence. Again, the defense really didn't talk to a bunch of people. We then had Peter Capozzi, and he was actually the owner of the house where Brian and Anna and the children were living, was leased to them. And he just kind of went through, he mainly saw Brian. Now, it is through him that we come to realize that Brian's mother is paying for the lease. So all of the lease payments have all come from Brian's mother. He kind of went through a couple small little repairs he did. Now, if you were here the rest of the trial, during the first initial visit, there was a hole in the ceiling plaster that was found in Brian's room. And so the defense did ask if that was something that they would have to pay for, like a damage that they had done. Again, not sure why we decided to bring up the fact that Brian has a hole in the ceiling. A lot of the defense has not made sense as of yet. I'm hoping that it does. Because I do wonder what we're going to be doing here for a month if this is what we've got. We then came to Mark Selvey, and he was the life insurance agent for Anna. Now, Brian had attempted to get life insurance first. He was, in fact, the cold contact for this agent. But because he had a pending federal case, a pending felony case in the federal court system, there was no way for him to get life insurance. So Anna was able to get both term and whole life insurance. The main difference between these is that the whole life insurance can be used to kind of build fiscal security. So it can be seen as sort of an investment in the way retirement. Look, I don't know fiscally stuff, but that's the way it was explained. Now, the defense kind of went a little wonky here. Now, the insurance agent explained on direct that you have to sign a medical release form for your doctor to basically release all of your records. You have to do a couple of things like blood test and, vitals. And the defense, again, is going on this sudden adult death syndrome, or whatever it is he called him. Again, it's too late in the day to remember shenanigans. But basically, the defense spent a lot of time trying to get across to the jury that just because the life insurance gave Anna the highest tier health rating, so basically she was in perfect health, less than 2 years later, she can, of course, keel over dead. Again, they're still trying to harp on to this natural death and then hysterical grief dismemberment. We then get to probably the most, important person in this particular case, at least I believe, or at least when things got real for Brian. And that was this last particular witness. He was the crime scene. He both works in the lab, but in this particular testimony and for what he did in this case, he was the technician that went over the Volvo and also went over and processed all of the evidence that was gathered from both the dumpster and trash compactor. There were a lot of pictures taken. I think on a kind of tangential note, but I think it will make sense if I address it here. This is the first day where Brian has looked visibly uncomfortable, almost a bit shell-shocked toward the end. He did sort of maintain kind of a slim bit of charm and kind of nonchalance when he was talking to the female lawyer, his female lawyer. But he's done a lot of scratching, a lot of self-soothing if study bodyology. Today is the first time I think it has hit him that he's not going to be able to talk his way out of this. And I think the reality of seeing the blood-stained rug, the blood-stained everything, there is so much evidence. I will be going through probably this weekend and making a breakdown video of all of what was found in the bags and then what the number and everything was. So we can kind of keep a good idea of what all has been presented. I'll probably do a just giant weekly wrap up for all of the weeks that this trial is on. That being said, the defense did what they could for this particular witness, pointing out, some of the no-nos that I saw in that it looks like at least the first bag of trash was dumped directly on the floor of the sorting recycling facility. It does seem that process changed once the CSI got to the scene. There was blood found in the Volvo in multiple different places. A lot of the contact points, visors, door seats, buttons where you would manipulate the placement of, the third row or the second row. Now, those have all been entered in as presumptive blood right now. We aren't at the witness where they basically go through it and do all the DNA. But basically all the evidence from the car and the recycling bins has been entered in, and then we can probably expect that tomorrow we'll get witnesses that might expand more on this. That being said, housekeeping stuff, the judge has been great, and it looks like going forward, there will be half days on Fridays due to her having either a longer trial that she's doing elsewhere or continuing education. I can't remember which. So it looks like we'll have a full day tomorrow and then a half day on Friday, which works for me because this is a bit of a monster of a case. But I hope that if you haven't been able to be with me this entire time, that breakdown gives you a little bit of kind of what went on today. I will be making that a separate video. So if you see a video of breakdown of day 3, it's nothing new. It's just this with a different thumbnail. I have found that my motivation to do breakdown videos dies once I hit end stream. So this is a way to kind of get both things done and still give you guys the information both ways. So thank you for joining me on the Petty Express. Thank you for helping me keep my sanity in this crazy what the hell case. And I hope to see you again tomorrow, not only for the Petty Express, but for Mornings with Mo. I do headlines, true crime, and the absurd. And if you have any questions about that, you might want to check out the last, I would say, 20 minutes of Mornings with Mo today. You will cry your eyes out laughing. You have been warned. It's not safe for work. Have earbuds in. There's a lot of cursing, but it's hilarious. Thank you guys. I am going to head off of here and go get some food and then start my job as homework warden. So, don't be peanut butter and jealous of my glamorous life. I will see you all bright and early tomorrow morning. So thank you guys. And you are free to go wherever in the interwebs you wish to go. Bye, you guys.